I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing right now is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be sent out to those who have not received it before. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first things first, most important question, how are we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers during eclipse season, okay? We're not in eclipse season yet, but we're getting there. And the thing we're going to keep on talking about right now is we are entering an eclipse during a very intense retrograde cycle, okay? It's not you, okay? It's not you right now. I know that you may be feeling very emotional. I know you may be feeling very sensitive. You may be feeling like the smallest thing right now could potentially set you off. We're going to talk about why this is all, we're all experiencing this right now. The desire to over-internalize right now is also very, very high, okay? Let's walk through it. Let's go through the litany of grievances that is this current retrograde cycle, okay? Every single planet in Aries right now is in retrograde, okay? It's not you. It is every single planet right now in retrograde. And you probably, and which either means you're either doing your best to be energetically patient right now through frustrating circumstances, or you're probably asking yourself what's gotten into everybody. If you're wondering what's gotten into everybody, every planet retrograding in Aries has gotten into everybody, which can indicate, and often when we see a lot of planets in a sign work, we're all kind of having to force to do the work that those with the sign placements often have to experience. What are some things that Aries comes here to work on? One of the big things that Aries placements come here to work on is their relationship to time. This is why you might notice that a lot of Aries that you may know, we adore you, have a bit of an issue when it comes to temper and patience. It's because there's a heightened sensitivity for those with Aries placements around time. They're very, very energetically clock obsessed. Now, to compound to that right now, 2 of the major planets that we often recognize and navigate time through, specifically Neptune and Saturn, are also retrograding. Now, prior to this moment, they were both retrograding in Aries. Now, one of the things that has happened recently due to the eclipse cycle, due to the retrograde cycle that we're going through, is that Saturn has dipped back into Pisces. Now, that is important because we have a Pisces full moon that's coming up. So if you have been feeling much more emotional, potentially in relationality to the difference between how you feel now, how far you have come versus how you used to feel, okay? You have to understand that Neptune is the memory bank, right? It works, so it's working through the feelings of the past. Saturn is the energy that pushes us forward in time. And previous to this moment, Saturn and Neptune were retrograding in pretty tight proximity, but they were both in Aries. So that could indicate some sensitivity and some slowing down as it relates to the amount of time it gets to do things. I would not be surprised if you're going through a lot of scheduling quagmires right now. Neptune and Saturn in retrograde together, was that last week or is that next week? It's that type of energy. But what can potentially compound upon it right now is the fact that we see that with Saturn moving back into Pisces, it could feel like you're having a lot of volatility as it relates to how you are carrying emotions, specifically emotions related to past experiences. Because to add some extra flavor to this pot, we also have the fact that Chiron and Eris are retrograding together. Eris is often working through energetic feelings of chaos. Chiron has to do with old wounds. So the conversation that we see with Chiron and Eris retrograding out together is we get frustrated at our own chaos when we can't necessarily control how we feel about things, potentially as it relates to the trauma that we experienced in the past. It feels energetically messy. It feels frustrating. We want to energetically do something about it. This is why I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want you being reactive as it relates to a lot of sensitivity that you may be feeling right now. That does not mean that you cannot express how you're feeling, because we also see a big tendency right now with all of the energy that we also have in Virgo, because Mercury's in Virgo. We're going through Virgo season. We just had a Virgo new moon. We're having a lot of that tendency to want to internalize external situations or circumstances. So make sure, if you are working through frustration, you are focusing on being energetically productive through the frustration, trying to do something to energetically ease the confusion, trying to do something to kind of energetically ease the energetic burden. And one of the things I want you to remember to help you feel this right now is having compassion in circumstances or situations, recognizing and identifying you are not the only person going through this. Okay. We are all going through it. So, and again, understanding that compassion does not mean that you have to just be nice about things that may be bothering you. But the difference between being led by passion is just being energetically forceful because one feels energetically inclined to do so. Compassion, and we talked about this heavily in the last new moon cycle we experienced, is the ability to articulate upon something that you are passionate about to better another person's ability to comprehend and understand it. And that might be feeling a little triggering right now because it may feel extra hard with all of those planets retrograding in Aries. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. One of the things I'm going to tell you right now that we're seeing that is potentially a positive is this is the energy, this is the frustration that fortifies into healthy connection. I would not be surprised right now if there's some relationships coming into a state of energetic closure. I see a very small margin of energy that is potentially coming into reconciliation on this time. The reason is because with Saturn and Neptune both retrograding together at this time, it is an observation and conversation in relationality to what time can and cannot heal. Now, what can time heal? It's a misconception when we say time heals all wounds. Time does heal all wounds, but in different ways, because it is the identification of what we are trying to fix versus what it is we're trying to heal from. Time is not a repairman. Time is a healer. So the ability to be able to give and bring perspective to things, as it were, is the gift that we often receive in the context of time, which is why if there is reconciliation happening right now, the context by which that reconciliation is potentially happening is situations or circumstances where an individual brought an overabundance of emotion to something that was energetically trivial, something that was not important, because the observation of being able to articulate and define upon something one brought a lot of big feelings on not a big deal, that is something that can be energetically worked through because it is a resolution and recognition of what our energetic priorities are. What time cannot fix are situations and circumstances where we feel a lot of emotions upon something that we feel that we hold an energetic standard upon. You usually can identify these things because you feel bad about the fact that you have to be emotional about it. Sometimes we even walk away from situations like that carrying the wrong guilt, feeling terrible that we got emotional about something. And how does time heal us in those capacities? It says to us, hey, wait, don't, I know you're upset, but come with me. I'm going to show you something that you might not be able to see in this circumstance or situation. And that's the modality of those moments, that the further away we get from something, the clearer our understanding is in relationality to why we were so emotional about it. This is what I meant about some fundamental endings of unhealthy cycles right now, because if someone walked away from a situation with the understanding or the feeling that someone was being emotional, and were expecting time to dissolve the emotionality, time coming back to someone that's been working on the self. This is the energy that may be saying, are you done being emotional? And someone saying, no, I was never being emotional, I was being fundamental. I was talking about something that was important. The emotions do not go away there, they become energetically stronger, and one is able to articulate upon them even further. We also see that this is the culmination of a lot of those temperance relationships that we saw that were forming from about the solstice period up until the present day. For a lot of these relationships, there's potentially a lot of release and relief that is occurring in relationality to what one was articulating versus seeing someone have the resolve to move toward manifestation goals. This retrograde cycle may be bringing a lot of things from the past back to the surface, either tangibly, emotionally, or spiritually. But what may be feeling like it's so nourishing and restorative right now for energy that's moving deeper into divine union is the recognition of potentially having built a connection with someone that was articulating that they were healing from someone. And in the context of the retrograde, bringing something back, the relief of seeing someone that is true to their energetic word, the ability to articulate and embody the manifestation goal. Some of this energy right now moving into union may have had experiences where another person in the past may have articulated that they were healing, but then when push came to shove, it became clear that they were actually energetically waiting. This is how we can hurt each other when we don't embody the articulation point of our manifestation goals. This brings us to a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into divine union right now. These are a lot of those magician partnerships that we observed were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. For a lot of these energies right now, again, the frustration that fortifies, if you will, is the same vibration. For a lot of these energies, the frustration is not coming from within partnership itself, but having to potentially clear the air outside of relationship. There's a lot of energy we see that's working through those chirality lessons, which is the observation that sometimes we move in ways that aren't necessarily helpful to us, that look very similar to something that is energetically positive for us. So if these are relationships that we saw over the last few weeks are advancing timelines, moving into union with even more rapidity, potentially even having surprise proposals or taking leaps of faith. But there's no faith there because it's built upon the certainty of trying to energetically secure something that they feel stable within. This may need to have to create a state or space of having to clear the air in relationality to the energy outside of partnership, potentially even having to bring up a past where one may have moved in such a way out of a state of desperation. The difference between the similarity between rushing to energetically fix something that is profoundly broken versus the ability to want to rush into something because it's an energetic celebration in terms of how stable it is, that may be requiring a lot of clarification. But even in the observation of talking about something that feels squeamish, like even the distaste in comparing something healthy to something that was not, it's almost further affirming the magician partnerships in relationality to how far they have come. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. I'm just going to tell you right now, if you're deep within divine union, this energy, most frustrating. Why is this energy most frustrating right now? Because as we've articulated, this energy is the frustration that fortifies positive connection. It's the culmination of the temperance relationships. It's being able to see something and feeling energetically reaffirmed, even if what you're seeing frustrates the self. Now, for a lot of these relationships that are deep within divine union, you'll remember the last recent cycle we saw moving into divine union were chariot partnerships. They were building upon and based upon the stability of the partnership itself and relationality to the direction. This frustration isn't really fortifying direction. However, it may be creating a lot of those feelings of soul searching or doing that inner work. working through. I was getting the last few days, the slings and arrows of minor inconveniences that often make us start to doubt ourselves in terms of our own path work, compounded with a lot of that extra Virgo energy. And we love Virgo energy because Virgo energy works towards finding perfection. But often, if we're not navigating the Virgo energy effectively, it can create a lot of feelings of the desire to over internalize something that's happening. So we see that, what do we see that a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union is doing? They're taking the lessons of that recent full moon, that Aquarian full moon we had, which says when we want to go inwards, right? When we want to over internalize, sometimes the best thing to do is actually step backwards, allowing ourselves to have a sense of perspective. It's not easy right now, but being able to do so is what's helping a lot of the energy, building into a better sense of comprehension, understanding their wider purpose or what their larger goal or accomplishment points are, being able to articulate and expand upon the bigger picture. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private readings on my site. We are doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we are doing is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that highest gifter. And thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We are already at 5.2K likes. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing? Hold on a minute. Come on, stop being finicky. How are you doing today, Julia? So good to see you, Ava. Welcome, Ty. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the compliment, Ella. Thank you as well for the compliment, Leslie. 3, I know it's been super rough, but I want to stress this right now. We don't need to activate in every energetic cycle. If working on grounding right now is requiring your full attention, Spirit's first directive to us is to make sure that we prioritize feeling energetically grounded so that we can help those around us. So make sure that you're doing the work to ground, Marisol, because the one thing we want to point out, there's another planet that's going to be going into retrograde before this eclipse heat hits. So we want to make sure that we're in a good place as that comes through. I jumped in right on time. It's not me. How are you doing today, Breezy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you as well, Marisol. Feeling a bit delusional at times. Well, I'll tell you right now, the moon is currently in Aquarius. So that can sometimes create I gotta think, sometimes when the moon is in Aquarius, it can feel a little delulu. Hi there, Ryan. How are you doing today? Oh, buon compleanno, Ruby. Oh, it's okay. I'm glad. Listen, I'm very happy that you weren't on the live and celebrating your day. I hope it was a beautiful one. And CZ, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Julia, for the gifts. Good to see you today, Oracle Erica. Thank you for the compliment on the live, Breezy. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Oracle Erica. How are you doing today, Kelly? Oh, it's your B-Day too. Buon compleanno, TT, and thank you for the follow. Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Stephanie, I ended things with an Aries man. We ran into each other a week ago, and I still felt the toxins. Sending you so much support, Stefani. And as I mentioned, like, that's one of the difficulty points of this retrograde cycle. With all of these planets in retrograde, things coming up, either the past, either tangibly, emotionally, or spiritually, it can be very triggering. As I mentioned, friends, hold on a moment. Hold on a minute. Why do people get brought back into your path if they're not good for you? There can be many different reasons for doing so. Sometimes, and typically what we will do when we're doing an energetic read on an individual is to understand why we're still feeling the karmic connection to them, to be able to unpack why they're still like, again, and I know how, like, that's the type of, remember when I said I'd rather not kind of energy? This is exactly the amplification of what I'm talking about right now with a lot of those spaces. Sometimes it's because we're not done working through lessons with them. Sometimes it's for us to see how far we've come, to recognize how much our feelings have changed about something or someone. Sounds about right. Thank you, Julia. You're so welcome, Ruby. So good to see you today. And some people say cycles take 3 times to be complete. Yeah, not necessarily always 3, but 3 can sometimes be a very important number in relationality to kind of like beginning, middle, end kind of cycles, as it were. And thank you as well, Stefani. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for today. Also, these cards, I can already see the way today's reading is going to go. The cards don't want to stay on the table. That's going to be fun. If you are on the hold list and would like to be taken off the hold list, please let me know sooner rather than later. I will point out I will not be on today as long as I typically am. So if you would like to secure that spot, make sure that you're doing so sooner rather than later. And Hannah, thank you for getting on the list early. You will be the first person we read for today. As I mentioned, friends, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Oh, good to see you today, Alexandra. Thank you for the compliment. Yes, I can absolutely add you on the list, BB. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. The cards would also rather not. Listen, I already started writing the mystic meditations coming up for this full moon. There's a lot going on under the surface here. And I'm already getting indications on what the next partnership cycle is going to be. It's going to be interesting, and we're going to kind of move through it. One of the things I like to do is when I start feeling the indications on it, I like to give the cards kind of first blush in terms of like helping to validate what I'm receiving. So we're going to start unpacking it here, because I can already see I feel like we're going into the shift, the new partnership shift, when Uranus is going retrograde. Like, that's what it's feeling like. It's not being triggered by the eclipse. It's being triggered by that final card that's going into retrograde. I mean, the final planet that's going into retrograde. Hi there, Steph. And yep, I got you, dear. You're so welcome, Julia. You're so welcome, BB. Excited to be there. Ryan, thank you for getting on the list as well. You'll be the 3rd person read for today. If anybody else would like to secure a spot on the list, you will be the 4th person read for. A couple of updates before we move into our personal reading, our daily collective today. First things first, thank you to everybody who attended our recent class on the Tower card. I do want to notify you guys that we have a time change. Again, as I'm talking about all of the time issues that we're having right now with this retrograde, there is a time change that we are going to be experiencing. The time change for the class this month is moving from Wednesday to Thursday. So instead of it being Wednesday, September 17th, our class will be held on Thursday, September 18th. I will be sending out, I've already posted it up on the Disco. I'm going to be sending a newsletter update on it very shortly. But if you are planning on attending that class, please keep that in mind so that you can make sure that you're scheduling effectively. I apologize for the change, but again, it is retrograde season. We have got to give each other concessions when it comes to timing. As I said, we are going to be continuing our classes on the tarot on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. I'm so excited to teach this class. We are going to be studying the some symbology of the card. We are going to be studying the history of the card. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any way it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that helps you channel the messages of the star card into your own reading. And all you need to do if you would like to become part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack, to my stack, and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied thus far. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join. You got a couple weeks to be able to catch up on anything we've studied, or about a week actually. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you have in relation. Thank you, Michael, for that gift. In relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. Thank you, Michael. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my giveaways and any newsletter items I'm posting. You'll also have access to our Mystic Meditation articles, which will let you know, give you updates on what we've been experiencing week to week energetically. I'm going to be releasing one in the next couple of days to help you walk through this lunar eclipse that we have coming up during this full moon cycle. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase this series, please be sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, life, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages, Akashic and mind, body, spirit. Michael, thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Little Vamp, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Are we all holding on by a golden thread? Listen, and we can fortify that thread. And we're going to need to fortify that thread because we've also got Uranus going into retrograde in just a couple of days. We've got this. We're going to listen, we are going to get through this eclipse. We're going to get through it. It's going to be fine. And we're already, and it's working on it. I know it's not easy right now. I know there's a lot of energetic frustration, but I keep on saying, let that frustration fortify you. Oh, thank you so much. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We are going to get started in just a few minutes. But before we do, why don't we, Grand Rising, Elisa, so good to see you. Why don't we warm up our intuition with a bit of an intuition check? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on a minute. All right, 1 second. Let's see if I can get this in the right vibration. Okay, cool. Let's get warmed up with our intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I am going to pull a card, count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was the seal. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after our daily collective. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Everybody with the cow. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know sooner rather than later. I will be on a little bit less time today as I typically am. So make sure that if you want to get on the list, you do so sooner rather than later. Ava, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Ryan. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, animal spirit guidance, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Also, we are doing it is spotted. I like this stretch. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. Michael, you are currently in the running. Michael's already popped away. Oh, thank you so much for the beautiful gift, Phoebe. And the other giveaway we'll be doing right now is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 8.1K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? What did you fall asleep on? What were you waiting for? Emmy Boo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. All right, friends, why don't we begin? 1 moment, please. There we go. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, September 4th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards, we are starting our day off with today, our 4 of Cups in its upright in combination with this Hermit card, man, right now. We're going to talk about it. The reason we're going to talk about it is because as a reader, ironically, the Hermit card does not like to make appearances in my spreads. It really is a bit of a hide and go seek card. That and the Queen of Swords, they just don't like making their appearance. I knew that. Like, sorry, I had to pause because a card just flew out of the deck. So that's obviously the next card today. Okay. We'll hold on that. I already told you, I was saying before we started the podcast, the cards didn't want to stay on the table. So immediately I've started the reading and we're just continuing on that theme because that card just flew off the table. I had to pick it back up. So let's talk a little bit about why we're seeing so much of this hermit energy right now. We have got a lot. The best thing I can describe with this energy is it's like it's a hypersensitive powder keggy kind of energy. Like that's the best way I can describe it. I'm going to go through it again for you guys if you haven't heard the reasons why. Every single planet right now in Aries is in retrograde. Okay? Every single planet in Aries is in retrograde. Saturn was in retrograde in Aries for the last few days. And if you've been feeling more emotional, more sentimental over the last couple of days, one of the big things that has happened is that Saturn has moved back into Pisces as a result of the retrograde. On one hand, there are benefits to Saturn being in Pisces. It can allow the ability of things moving a little smoother as it relates to time. But what it can also create is a lot of emotionality, particularly and in relationality to the past, because what we effectively have that's happening right now is Saturn and retrograde and Neptune, the two planets that deal heavily upon the past and the present, right? Time, I like to describe Neptune is the identification of the memory bank of time that goes backwards. Saturn, a lot of the energetic march of time forwards. And a lot of the space by which you may be feeling this. I would not be surprised if you're going through a lot of sentimentality as it relates to the way the speed by which the present becomes the past, or how quickly something moves, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. I think it's a lot of that emotionality. The emotionality is going to increase because we've also got a Pisces full moon coming up. So this is why I'm going to tell you right now, I do not want you harboring on things right now. The one thing we also identify is we've also got a lot of this energy that's currently in Virgo. Now, Virgo energy is absolutely beautiful when it comes to the context of being able to recognize and identify finding perfect. But often the lesson that Virgo has to come here to recognize is the only way we're able to identify and find perfection is when we are able to let go and surrender our opinion of it. It's the profound paradox of perfection, that often our own perception of perfection blinds us from being able to see things that are perfecting. And I feel like that is something that's very important to navigate during this energetic cycle. Okay. And it has a lot to do, and there's a conversation that is evolving in this eclipse cycle in relationality to not, and I keep on hearing it's very, when we work towards our manifestation goals, we should work towards our manifestation goals with an open palm. Why should we walk towards our manifestation goals with an open palm? Because when we become too rigid in relationality to the things that we want, we don't allow ourselves the context of being able to see all the ways we can arrive into the becoming of what we energetically are trying to find. This is often why we talk about a healthy manifestation is not upon receiving, but what you see, the ability to see more than you were able to see before. And that is the energetic work that we often do. This can be really frustrating for us, right? This can be, I want you to think upon, I want you to think upon those modalities or those moments in the past where you potentially felt like something wasn't working out for you, right? But often, and again, it's working through the understanding of patience, which is navigating our energetic frustration that allows us to be able to identify and refine what we're doing in a different way, or how we're trying to do something in a different fashion. And so I feel like there's a lot of this type of energy that we're working through with this full moon. Now, I'm going to say this very, very strongly. If you are not feeling in a healthy place I do not want you to push yourself out of your comfort zone so far out because you feel like you need to activate on every single energetic experience that we're having. This is an anomalous eclipse season. And the reason I keep on describing it as an anomalous eclipse season is there's a lot of anomalies that are piling up on top of each other as we enter the eclipse process. I'm going to say this again. Eclipses do not have a certain vibe. This is why we talk about the fact that they are unpredictable, because they are amplifiers. They just increase what is there. No two eclipses are alike for this reason. But the reason I keep on describing this as an anomalous eclipse, as it were, is because we are seeing and recognizing a lot of anomalies that are occurring like as we enter the eclipse cycle. What are some of those anomalies? We've got one, two, three, four, five. We've got like six. We've got 5 planets in retrograde now. There's going to be a 6th one that goes into retrograde right before the eclipse, right before the full moon hits. Okay. We've got a lot of the planets that are resting in Aries. Again, that's very, very energetically anomalous. And we're going through a Virgo season with Virgo in Mercury. So it's very, very heavy in Virgo and working through Virgo. I want to say there's potentially a deep inclination in this energetic frequency right now to want to over internalize things. Okay. I like to describe it's needling energy. Okay. It's working through a lot of little things that compound that make one feel like the desire to energetically over internalize something. One of the things that helps us through our cycles is being able to take a piece of advice from the full moon that we just came out of. And what was that full moon telling us? What was that Aquarian full moon in Leo saying? When we want to get over internalize, we put compassion in situations by stepping back and having a sense of perspective, right? And the ability to have compassion does not necessarily require one to be nice about things. It's about to articulate, communicating a passion is articulating upon why something is energetically important to the self. This is why I keep on telling you that this is the culmination point of a lot of those temperance relationships. That's been the partnership cycle that we saw that was starting from about the solstice period over the summer up until the present day. For a lot of these energies, that frustration, the observation of the mutual effort that pays back in dividends as it relates to healthy relationship. This is a lot of the energy that is observing and recognizing that work, as it were, but it's not easy because I see 3 different modalities that are occurring right now in separation. I see a very small margin of relationships that are healing right now in the space of being able to address the past. What is the context by which the past is being healed right now? The observation of bringing an over proportionality to a situation that did not warrant it. Right? That is the type of healing that we're potentially seeing during the culmination of these temperance relationships. Because when we feel disproportionate to something that is irrelevant, then the ability to take energetic accountability for it allows us to build into pathwork of restoration, because it's the understanding of often, right? Like what happens when we feel a lot of emotionality upon something that isn't necessarily significant. That is us healing our egos, right? So there is potentially some restoration that's happening right now via the healing of egos, or the observation of looking upon something from the past and observing how far one has come. What time cannot heal are spaces or places where we feel a lot of emotionality upon something because it was energetically fundamental, because it was something that was fortifying of the self, because it was something that is energetically important. We can usually define these because we wish that we did not feel the way that we did. It's a lot of like, alas, the feelings that come up sometimes require us to walk away from things that we would rather not walk away from, but feeling very emotional in the process. Time heals this too. But time heals us in those contexts by helping us understand the perspective on why we felt as strongly as we did that is fortified in the well of time rather than energetically dissolved by it. And this is why I'm going to tell you right now, if these were situations where someone during this retrograde cycle, where someone came back to someone from the past and said to them, "Are you done being emotional yet?" I would not be surprised if that is the closing out of an unhealthy cycle with someone saying, "I was never being emotional. I was being fundamental." It wasn't something that was irrelevant. It was something that has become even more important as one proceeds upon one's healing journey. So, for a lot of the energy, I would not be surprised if there's energy and separation that's moving away from this energetic cycle, frustrated but fortified. But this is why we talk about the fact that one of the first things you'll feel as you're healing is frustration, because as we feel frustration, we heal trauma. It's the observation and understanding of what is occurring that allows us to be able to heal in a better capacity. While for a lot of these new relationships, the relief and release that is occurring right now has to do with recognizing someone who has the resolve to move towards their manifestation. Why are we effectively seeing this? Because for a lot of those relationships, that ability of being able to energetically observe, to be able to recognize and identify, not just articulating upon what one is trying to do in a greater fashion, but putting that measure of effort towards it, potentially even having something from the past arrive to try to confound the relationship spiritually, energetically, or tangibly. But do we see any of that confounding that's occurring in those modalities right now? No, this is a lot of the energy that is feeling the validation and being able to recognize the articulation point of building into healthy relationship where they're feeling energetically fortified. And this is very important for energy that may be in a space of recovery from experiences in the past where they tried to create relationship with someone that claimed that they were healing from something. But when the past came back, it became revealed that they were only energetically waiting for something. This then brings us into the energy that is deep within divine union. I mean, we're moving deeper into divine union, but that's the thing about it. We're getting a lot of shifting energy right now. So, a lot of that magician partnership is moving deep within divine union at this time. The center card that flew out of the deck, which makes a lot of sense, is that Page of Wands in its transverse. Now, remember, one of the reasons we're seeing the Page of Wands in its transverse right now is a lot of the energy right now going in, moving deeper into partnership, is clearing the air around relationship via the frustrating act of having to compare something in the present to the past, which they would rather not do, which is why I keep on hearing that a lot of those relationships are working through chirality lessons or being able to energetically recognize and observe the difference between something that may look similar from the outside, but is very different from the inside. So, for a lot of the energy that is doing that work, that observation, the ability to have to almost unpack something from the past that they feel rather disinclined to talk about, it feels reaffirming because even in the fact that they feel disinclined to want to compare it to the present, they see how far they've come. They're moving even deeper on their healing journey. This brings us to the fifth and sixth card of our 5 card spread today, the energy deep within divine union. We have here our 9 of Cups in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its reversal. This is very important to notate. This King of Swords should look familiar. We had this King of Swords out in yesterday's reading. So it's always interesting to notate and recognize the similarities that we're experiencing from one day to another in relationality to the cards. Now, one of the things that we were identifying, now you'll recall, and I'll say yesterday, this card was in its upright at the first row. Now it's in its transverse upon the second. I'm not surprised to see that because one of the things that and I want to stress this too, we also had the Page of Wands yesterday that was in very similar proximity to where we see it today. Both of these cards were primarily or previously in the second row. They've moved into the top row. So what does that say? There's a lot of energy that is working through processing things right now. Now, for the energy that is for masculine energy, I want to define this in the space. And I think it's really intriguing too, because the energy has effectively flip-flopped in directionality to where they lay right now on the table. Yesterday, masculine was in more of the area of the left of the table, bearing in mind this is not based on gender but what one feels most aligned to. Now masculine's on the right. I feel like that's giving us a lot of indications that this hermit energy that we're potentially seeing has more to do with the feminine energy. But what I think that is also very important to notate or recognize right now is this is almost a continuation of the places that we saw these cards yesterday. You'll recall that yesterday we had the feminine energy in High Priestess in its reversal with a Four of Pentacles. We see feminine almost occupying that same space right now in relationality to the Four of Cups with the Hermit card. Very similar. This is good because this is talking about the fact that this is speaking towards the communication of masculine and feminine. So we see even now masculine is occupying more of a state of where we found feminine yesterday. Because again, the King of Swords in combination with the Ten of Cups in its reversal feels very, very similar to our High Priestess in its reversal in combination with our Four of Pentacles. For masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, there's something very fundamental and important as it relates to the ability to express and communicate upon this time. Yesterday's center card was the King of Wands in its reversal. That card is transformed today into our Page of Wands in its transverse. So this is saying to me that what we're effectively identifying that's happening today is this is a day of a lot of inner child healing. What has been the change? The moon has moved into Aquarius. And a lot of the space that we recognize, remember when I was saying the last 2 days were probably the days that we're feeling most energetically productive? Some of this Page of Wands in its transverse almost says that there's a little bit more of a dreamy quality to the energy that we're experiencing today. I would not be surprised if there's something that is energetically occurring right now that is bringing up a lot of conversation or emotionality as it relates to the past or the ability. And I want to, and it's interesting too, because someone asked a really, really beautiful question before we started the podcast, which was, why do we sometimes feel like there's the energy from the past that follows us forward? The observation and being able to recognize and understand how we change in relationality to energetic connections often is indicative in helping us recognize our own process of energetic maturation. Sometimes, and I need to express this, sometimes in the space by we feel energetically restored by something is the space by which we recognize the context of feelings that don't change. But often is very common as we're going through healing journeys to have or to create, I keep on hearing, the complexity of emotion that often predicates and articulates upon, how do I describe this best? In like a unique experience, if you, as it were. And so even in the context of being able to recognize and identify that, I keep on hearing like a lot of the energy. I feel like today is like a day of communicating upon the refinement and nuance of the complication of an intriguing self or an intriguing experience, if you were. So I keep on hearing like there, and I feel like it's a lot of that Virgo energy. Remember when I said Mercury is in Virgo right now? So Mercury in Virgo has a tendency of becoming and being very energetically specific upon things. There's a specificity to Mercury being in Virgo that is really, really exceptional. So I feel like that I can almost see that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I feel like this is the energy that's like refining upon dreams right now, or building into the context of nuance, or even articulating upon the nuances, as it were. So for a lot of the energy here, and I want to describe this too, this is, I feel like it's very important because for a lot of that energy that's been working in the context of the self, one of the big hurdles that we see of going through this particular retrograde cycle is the feeling of potentially over internalizing upon things. And how do we heal from over internalizing upon something. We articulate upon it. We speak towards it. And so I keep on seeing that this is, and I want to keep on articulating this. There's an overriding tendency in the type of energy that we are experiencing that almost like feels the inclination. It's like the inclination of holding of articulating or energetically holding back. Remember what I said that? Like, remember how we saw even yesterday, I was explaining that seeing the high priestess in its reversal wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because when we see things like the high priestess in its reversal, it allows the context in order to be able to articulate and define upon something that has energetic meaning to us, right? It's, I feel like there's a lot of that. I keep on hearing there's a lot of that ability to refine upon or articulate on things right now that is helping. I almost see it's like helping the energy deep within divine union perfect upon energetic purpose, continuing to get clarification between our Four of Cups in its upright in combination with our Hermit card in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Ace of Swords in its reversal. This is a continuation of what we were talking about yesterday. This is why it's really important that when we're working towards a manifestation goal, we don't get too fixated upon how we imagine it to energetically be, right? Because what we effectively identify and recognize that often, like I keep on hearing, when we get too specific in terms of the ability to refine upon a manifestation goal, we energetically hurt our own feelings, is what I keep on getting. We energetically hurt our own feelings because it's the space by which we're able to adapt upon or build upon energetic observation, right? It is the ability to understand that we don't find manifestation goals, we arrive to them, right? It's the space by which we move towards them in that capacity. And so I keep on seeing, one of the things that I see that is happening right now, remember when I said that there's a culmination point that's occurring in some of these, in either the closing out of an unhealthy cycle as energy moves into the next energetic cycle that we're going to be moving towards, or the energy is building into new energetic connections, is either like, and I keep on seeing there's some energy right now that's closing out an unhealthy energetic cycle, saying something along the lines of another person saying, "You're perfect," ruined something energetically beautiful, right? Which is the space by which when we are too focused, like, right, when we're too focused or fixated upon how we demand something to be, we damage the possibility of what can energetically arrive around us. And that's why I keep on seeing that this is what I meant about those relationships where there may have been some kind of energetic volatility that demarcated a separation point, right? Someone moving away from something because another person was energetically emotional, trying to come back and saying, "Are you done being emotional?" Another person saying, "I was being fundamental." This is the energy that is, again, healing trauma by being able to articulate upon the nature of the unhealthy energetic connection that was potentially demanding perfection instead of compassion. Remember, we were talking about the culmination of a lot of those closure points is healthy partnership. We don't put demands on the potentiality of the energy within it. We set our sights on the desire in terms of where the relationality of the relationship should go. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, it's not the fact that I don't see that there are some rest energies that are restoring in this connection, in this energy, but the energy that is restoring in this connection is the space by which someone brought an overproportionality of emotion to something that was minute, unnecessary, or inconsequential. While for the energy that's moving deeper into union right now, this is the relief and release that they're energetically feeling, potentially even sharing with each other the doubts or the fears that they had in relationality to the difference between hearing someone articulate something that they were healing from versus seeing them move in accordance to it. So I keep on seeing it's like it's very emotional but it's also very energetically affirming. Continuing to get clarification between our Hermit card in its upright and our Page of Wands transverse, we have here our Five of Wands in its reversal. I like to see the Five of Wands in its reversal right now. Why do we like to see the Five of Wands in its reversal? Because the Five of Wands in its reversal, in combination with the Ace of Swords, is telling us more about kind of the continuation and the journey of navigating towards, and I keep on hearing, working through the context of energetic surrender is not the space by which you give up. It's the space by which you don't try to energetically force things. And what do we mean by forcing things? It's a continuation. And I'll tell you right now, the reason that this is potentially coming up right now for some of those magician relationships is, remember how I said that a lot of those relationships were moving something with more, with greater rapidity into partnership. They were speeding up timelines about a month ago. There were a lot of relationships that were coming together, that have been coming together right now. And there was a bit of a surprise energy that we saw in relationality to some of those connections. And the ability to, I keep on saying, the ability to articulate and explain to energy outside of partnership the difference between rushing a process out of a state of desperation. The anxiety one feels that a relationship is breaking down, so you're trying to move it into deeper partnership more quickly, versus a situation or circumstance where energy is not moving something quickly into something because it's wrong, but because it's so right. That clarification point is almost triggering a contemplation. But even in the observation and recognition of how much someone has changed, it's almost, I keep on hearing, it's almost like the contemplation of something that used to be all another person spoke about, but rather and instead is now in the context of something that one would rather feel disinclined to do, is further affirmation in relationality to one's own energetic healing process. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union. Clarification between our Page of Wands and its transverse, in combination to our Nine of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify. Ten of Wands in its upright. A lot of wands here today. And I keep on seeing a lot of that communication that we're potentially seeing that is occurring during this retrograde. I'll tell you right now, I'm just going to say this. This is not the type of energy to be harboring things in. This is not the type of energy to be, like I keep on seeing, it's not the type of energy to be biting your tongue on something. Because if you're feeling like that right now, and then the energetic feeling intensifies, it can create a lot, I keep on saying, it can create a lot of that feeling of potentially, I keep on hearing, if you're hoping like something will ease up, it's probably going to energetically intensify. But that's why I keep on hearing, in healthy partnership, there's no harboring. We don't harbor in healthy partnership. We energetically communicate. We work through energetic hurdles. We articulate upon them. We express upon them so that we can arrive to a better understanding of ourselves and our counterparts. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, that ability to, I keep on seeing, articulate and communicate is almost creating the space by which, remember I said we've got that Aquarian full moon, it is the refinement point in relationality, in being able to articulate and define how one is trying to do something. And I keep on hearing, when we articulate upon nuance, we become energetically comprehensive, because the ability to become energetically comprehensive is the ability, not I keep on hearing, not just to comprehend it, but also to energetically understand it, which is the ability to also articulate it to another person. So I feel like there's a lot of that. It's interesting too, because this trine that we've got here, let me show you this trine between the Page of Wands, right? The Page of Wands with the Five of Wands in its reversal, with the Ten of Wands in its upright, is effectively the conversation in relationality to, right? When we work through, like I keep on saying, when we work through the burden of our own awkwardness, right? When we get over, like when we get over the hump, if you will, of our own like energetic discomfort, we allow the context of deeper understanding upon things. So that's what I meant in relationality. It's interesting because I almost see a space where a lot of that energy deep within divine union is not, and this is why I keep on hearing, this is why we don't take each other's discomfort personally, is what I keep on seeing. The space by which I keep on hearing, like the space by which we don't take one another's discomfort personally is the context by which we are able to articulate and amplify or energetically like build into the space of energetic clarity. So there, and that's what the one thing I want to be conscientious about, and this is what I meant. This is what I'm really going to be strong about there, right? I'm going to keep on saying this. If you are being sensitive about something, okay, and you're worried that you're being overly sensitive upon it, the best way to be able to recognize if it's something that you need to heal on the inside or need to heal it on the outside, whether it's something that you need to work on within the self, like a little bit of the egoic shield healing, or something that you need to process outside the self, is do you feel comfortable articulating why something energetically bothers you? Okay. That is the baseline. Our mouths are blessed because our mouths help us identify where the work must be placed. It's the ability, it is the space by which we are able to recognize and identify what that, like what the shape of the work that we're trying to do as it relates to building into something in a better way. So it's the art. I keep on saying there's a lot of work that's happening right now in relationality to articulating, defining inside problems versus outside problems, something that one needs to work on within the self or something that one is experiencing outside of the self. And I keep on seeing, even in the space of that, healthy partnership helps us calibrate that, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Cups in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its reversal. Can I please get one card? Oh my gosh, I said one. Okay, sorry. The cards are hopping today. There were like 5 cards that were trying to come out of the deck. I'm like, no. Okay. We've got here our eight. We've got here our Eight of Pentacles in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this Eight of Pentacles energy, shall we? This is a little bit of a hanger on to that Capricorn full moon, the Capricorn moon energy that we were moving away from. And I do feel, I want to say, um, the one thing we have to be conscientious about, I'm going to tell you that there's something coming through that's very energetically important in relationality to setting energetic expectations, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on defining this right now. Remember how I said that the eclipses have a tendency of amplifying things? Um, the ability the ability to make something effortless requires a lot of work, is the message that's effectively coming through, which is when we see something. And I feel like this is the type of stuff that may come up, like that may come up during this retrograde cycle, which is it's the observation or the identification point of understanding. I keep on hearing something that we do effortlessly, that feels like it's energetically effortless, is often the result of putting countless hours. I keep on hearing countless hours of energetic work towards something, right? It's a conversation on what it takes to be able to be in the space of being energetically elegant. And elegance Elegance is funny because elegance is something that feels like often those moments that feel like they're the most energetically like someone's able to do something that looks so energetically simple. But then in the context of when another person tries to do it, it's it's like the space by which one is able to amplify and notice the energetic difference is often the space by which we appreciate. And I keep on hearing the appreciation that we often hold towards one another is how simple we make something that can be so energetically difficult, right? It's like I keep on seeing it's the way by which we often create that force of energetic compassion for one another. So I feel like, and the reason I feel like this is coming through right now as it relates to the energy that we're currently experiencing is there's a lot to be said in that vibration with the energy that is coming into partnership. You'll recall you'll recall that for a lot of those temperance relationships, these are the relationships that are being built upon and based upon mutual effort. But what does mutual effort often look like, right? What looks like mutual effort on the surface is the result of energy that is incredibly empathic and mindful and constantly calibrating, right? Like that is the beauty of mutual effort. It sounds easy, right? But it's not easy because mutual effort is perpetual calibration. And this is why these relationships feel so energetically secure as they move deeper into partnership. Because I see even now they're sharing more with one another. I almost see like up until this point, they were potentially, I keep on seeing they were keeping a part of themselves in check. Why were they keeping a part of themselves in check? Because they were checking, because they heard the articulation point of another person defining the energetic direction that they were moving towards, but they're feeling energetically reaffirmed in that energetic space by being able to recognize and identify the space by which another person wasn't just articulating upon what it was that they were healing from, but they're also moving in the direction of it. So that's why I see that this is the energy that's moving deeper into partnership as a result of it. For a lot of energy right now in separation, that's what I meant. If there's energy here, if there's situations or circumstances where it's the opposite happening for some of the energy still in separation right now, if this is some kind of situation where someone really thought that they could put a timer on something and expect some kind of emotionality that they saw was confounding a relationship to go away, that's what I meant. Like, this is the energy. This is the retrograde of rude awakenings because it is the observation and the understanding that time does not wash away places of emotionality where we feel our energetic standards to live. So, for a lot of the energy in that experience, the healing that is happening for the energy in separation is being able to release trauma around a situation that used to devastate them because it was confounding them. But now they're able to see in the context of someone coming back and saying, are you done having those pesky feelings that are getting in the way of my manifestation goal? The observation of potentially another person having different standards than them that allows them to release and relieve as they continue on their own healing journey. For the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, those magician partnerships that are moving deep, like moving deeper into divine union, clarification between our ace of swords in its reversal in combination with our five of wands in its reversal. We have here our nine of swords in its upright. Now, why do we see the nine of swords here? The nine of swords are here because you'll remember that for a lot of these magician partnerships, having to move something more into a rapid timeline, they're advancing their timelines. They're doing something. They're taking a lot of leaps of faith right now. But I keep on hearing what looks to be a leap of faith for energy outside of partnership feels like a leap of certainty for the energy within it, right? And that clarification point, the ability to clarify to another the rapidity, I keep on hearing the rapidness by which they're approaching something that may have been in a previous experience, something that they were speeding up out of a sense of desperation. I keep on hearing the energy that is moving. Look at this, like every time I read for the magician partnerships, I'm getting this like gesture. I'm moving my hand back and forth because they're dispelling the misconception of desperation by explaining that it's not the rapidity that's out of a state of desperation, but out of the silliness it feels to wait upon something they feel so energetically certain upon. This brings us to clarification between our five of wands in its reversal in combination with our 10 of wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Ace of wands. I like this energy today. Make sure you take a moment, if you're following the podcast, to head over to the stack to see today's spread. It's very beautiful because we've got the Ace of Swords in its reversal and the Ace of Wands in its upright, which speaks a lot about the power of energetic communication. And what's interesting here, and I'm going to tell you this right now, the power of energetic communication that we are identifying upon in relationality to the energy that we see here has to do with articulating upon, and I keep on getting this. We heal wounds of intimacy in the space by which we find the ability to articulate upon something, is what I keep on seeing. There's something very beautiful that we see there. And I want to just identify, I just want to show it to you here in combination with our Ace of Wands, in combination with the Page of Wands in its reversal. Now, why do we see the significance between the Ace of Wands with the Page of Wands in its transverse, not the reversal, it's transverse? Because it speaks to us. Like, that is a conversation that speaks to us about how difficult it can be to articulate upon the self, right? This is what we mean by inner child healing, right? Because when we're going through inner child healing, often, what do we often say that predicates the understanding that we're going through an inner child healing process? It's looking back at the self and saying, you sweet fool, you did not understand yourself then. You know what I mean? It's a space we look at, and that's what we talk about with this space of empathy. You know, you poor thing, like, you poor thing, you did not know yourself then. You did not understand yourself energetically fully. And when we're in a healthy space, and this is why I keep on seeing, and this is what I think is important in relationality to that Uranus in retrograde. Because you have to understand, and this is what I mean, it's not like, I'm not necessarily like worried about the Uranus in retrograde, so long as you've been doing your inner child healing effectively. Because in Uranus in retrograde often is a demarcation point on how much we have changed. But we're supposed to energetically change. Like, that's the thing that's significant about it, right? The journey of becoming ourselves is the continual unfolding of being able to recognize and identify how far we have energetically come. Like, it is the demarcation point in being able to articulate upon that transformation as being something that is profound. It is something that is energetically revelatory. But when we're not in a healthy space, right? And this is often what we work through, like the fact I keep on hearing, the fact by which we feel that we are changing is often demarcated in the context of others articulating their disappointment to us. But this is why we continue to speak upon the fact that a healthy relationship is one that we don't pin the we don't hold the energetic ideals towards the energy in partnership so much as we do the relationship itself, because it is the space by which we celebrate and welcome the energetic transformations that occur within it, right? It's a continual understanding of that. And so I see even now that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, Remember I said that for some of that energy, it's working through the energy that might not necessarily be navigating this energy as effectively? Because what can you usually anticipate if you're going through a retrograde season like this and you're not, case in point, and you're not necessarily in the best mindset? You can have a lot of temperamentality, right? You can have a lot of reactivity. You can have a lot of that energetic projection that occurs, right? It's like I keep on seeing, and that's why we keep on getting the difference between passion and compassion. When we are fueled by passion, we have fits of passion, right? I keep wondering, we have non sequitur fits of passion that often feel like they lack any sense or reason. But when we feel something important and we're able to impress upon it, we're able to derive and identify and articulate upon the meaning of it. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, there could be conversations about the difference between deep compassion, right? Which is compassionate passion versus fits of passion, which is something that feels something that feels unnecessary, that is often indicative of another person not doing the internal work within the self. So I feel like that's interesting because there's a lot of communication that's coming into play for the energy deep within divine union. And I got to tell you, that's why I said make sure you go take a look at today's spread, because there's this very, very interesting bundle of wand energy, as it were. I'm going to call it like the bundle of wand energy that we have that is resting in the center of this spread. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of wands in its upright and our 8 of pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Hierophant in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see this card either. This card was in yesterday's spread in the same exact position, very almost in the same placement. It was center yesterday. Oh, this is fascinating. It was center yesterday. It's off to the right. And also, so I got to tell you, and again, go make sure you compare yesterday's reading to today's, because yesterday, the 9 of swords that we see today was not only in the exact same position, but it's in the exact same placement that it was yesterday. That is again, I told you, that is very anomalous. That's very energetically unique. So I feel like there's something important that we see that is occurring here as it relates to the ability to resolve energetic hurdles. Now it's like working, I keep on hearing, it's like working through, it's like it's giving me like runway energy, right? It's like working through energetic hurdles in order to do something effectively, in order to, I keep on hearing, like in order to like effectively allow for the space by which one has the ability to, I keep on seeing like the ability to feel energetically like free to communicate. So I wouldn't be surprised right now for energy in separation, clarification between our 9 of swords and its upright in combination with that Ace of Wands energy and its upright. Yeah, there's that 6. I was waiting for this 6 of Wands to come up. Well, you guys, you have to go see this bundle of wands that we have right now in the center of the spread. The 6 of Wands that we're effectively identifying here has to do, I keep on hearing, it has to do with working through energetic, I keep wondering, it has to do with working through energetic hurdles. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, I feel like what's beautiful for a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union, like there's 2 different modalities that I'm seeing right now for energy and separation. There's either the modality of energy that is feeling frustrated but fortified because they now are able to articulate upon something that was traumatizing them. It's the experience by which they're able to heal and release to in a deeper context, because they're getting the full shape of what it was that they energetically experienced, particularly and especially if there are experiences where someone's coming back from the past to see if someone's emotionality has wavered on something that was important or fundamental to them. It's like I keep on saying, like, that's a lot of the energy working through the energetic frustration of that occurring, but feeling energetically fortified by it, right? It's, I told you, it's a frustration that fortifies because it does not devastate, because it does not create trauma, because one understands what is occurring. While for the energy that is moving, that is moving into divine union right now, this is potentially talking to one another about the doubts and fears that they may have had, or experiences in the past where someone articulated that they were healing from something, but in fact, it appeared that they were actually energetically waiting upon something. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, like I can see them, like I almost feel like they're going through the process of being able to fully be open to one another because they feel fully safe in the embrace of the counterpart that is not only articulating upon the manifestation goal, but also embodying it. This brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper within divine union. I told you, Ace of Wands with Hierophant in its reversal is more of that same this, not that energy that I was articulating, that I was seeing for the energy coming into divine union. Clarification on those cards right now are, we have here our Two of Swords in its upright. It's a lot of this, like, I keep on seeing that there's something important that's happening right now for the energy in coming in, like the energy within union, moving deeper into divine union. In working through, I keep on seeing when I keep on hearing, and that's why I kept on calling it healthy static, if you will, because healthy static is often the difference between someone like checking upon something, or asking an energetic question. But what I keep on seeing that's helping to fortify some of the energy in this experience or in this modality is being able to say to another person, I understand how something may appear similar, but it could not be more energetically different, right? This is often what is difficult when we're going through chirality healing, because something that might not necessarily have been nourishing for us can look very similar to something that is very energetically restorative to us. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, not being frustrated as they're having to do that work to articulate and define the energetic difference between the past and the present. It's frustrating, but it's also stabilizing the energy surrounding partnership. And when we are working to build healthy partnership, we often start to prioritize stabilizing the energy around it to make sure that there's energetically clarity in terms of creating a supportive energetic environment for the partnership to thrive. So we see even now that, like, I keep on seeing, like, that's the energy that is like working to a certain extent to, I told you, like, dispel the misconception around the partnership if there's something that looks similar to something that was not supportive, by helping them say, I understand the context by which you may have been concerned about that, but let me alleviate that by telling you that this is not something that one is moving into deeper union for the sake of trying to fix it, but rather because of a point of energetic celebration upon it. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union, which again, this energy right now is most frustrating for energy deep within divine union because it's working really hard in not over internalizing, right? This type of energy right now has a deep inclination of requiring or causing the space by us wanting to internalize upon things. But that's why I keep on seeing, and that's again, like I keep on hearing the counterparts deep within divine union are doing the work of that recent full moon. And what was that recent full moon in Aquarius telling us? When we want to take something personally, we build into the context of perspective, right? Like we don't overly internalize, we get energetically comprehensive. Clarification between our Six of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Two of Swords in its upright. We have here our Three of Pentacles in its upright. I like to see this card here to close out our reading today. We also had this card yesterday. So it's nice that we see a lot of stabilization that's occurring in the relationality between the cards that we had yesterday to the cards that we had today. Because one of the things I told you that is very important to do in this type of energy is making sure that we feel stable and energetically grounded as we approach that eclipse season, right? There's a lot of this I keep on saying there's a lot of this, and like the one thing about this particular retrograde cycle is that it is wearing. The reason that it's wearing is because it's going on for an incredibly long time. Everyone keeps asking me when retrograde season is going to end. Like there's a date that all of these planets are going to dip back out of retrograde. It's going to end slowly. I hate to say that, but it's just the truth. The planets did not all come together and gang up and say, okay, on this date, we're all going to go retrograde. They all went into retrograde at different times. It just happens. That's why I mean it's anomalous. It just happens. The fact that we're going through a profound amount of retrogrades all at the same time. They're all coming out of it at different times, some sooner, some later. So the ability, and that's what I keep on hearing, like this type of energy is not the type of energy to be holding your breath. Okay. What you want to be focusing on is wherewithal. Okay. Which is not the space of going, oh, I don't feel great right now, but maybe if I just like, like it'll be fine. Wherewithal is the ability to be able to navigate it and effectively, like again, like make the energetic best by it, or just kind of move through it, becoming building into that energetic resilience upon it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, working through this energy and having like, what are the energies giving each other? They're supporting each other to help find wherewithal, right? Which is the space by which one identifies and understands that sometimes I keep on hearing it can feel very quiet. It can feel like not a lot's going on. We get very over internal. We get very frustrated that things aren't happening on the timeline that we would expect, or things aren't happening the way that we would identify or expect them to. What is wherewithal? We have to have wherewithal when one is moving towards a manifestation goal, because wherewithal says to us a let go, right? I like to point this out. It's not a question of abandoning hope, but it's the space by which you bring hope and a release of expectations allows one to celebrate what one is moving towards, because it is the observation of being able not to look at the world around you like a lot of problems, like not looking at the world around you like a lot of problems to your energetic ideal, but to the observation of what you can do to try to move something into the space by which one can be, by which one can make something energetically blessed, right? It's a lot of that. It's like it's working through the context of surrender is not about giving up. It's about letting go of the preconceived notions of one's own expectations to arrive at the celebration of what could potentially be before you. But you cannot see potential if you're blinded by your own expectations. So again, make sure that you're not feeling confounded in this energetic frequency. Make sure that you are navigating it from a space of hope and curiosity, because upon seeing, like, that's a little bit of the work that we see that often arrives to us when we're going through Aquarian energy, and we're in that Aquarian moon cycle right now, which is like, and I feel like Aquarian moon cycles are like, that's odd, that's interesting. Not the space by which one says like not the space by which one disassociates, but by which one is able to bring that. I keep on hearing like we can be propelled by our own energetic intrigue, because it's the understanding of the space by which we are able to like articulate upon something that allows us, I keep on hearing, that allows us to come up with something new, or allows us to think about something in a different way. And this is kind of a gift that I see that the counterparts are giving each other when in partnership, by being able to say, don't get hard, don't get hard in the face of energetic adversity. Get creative, right? That was like what the full moon in Aquarius was teaching us. Bottom of the deck, again, another card from yesterday's reading. We've got here our Seven of Swords in its reversal, which is, again, the exact same position that we saw this card in yesterday's reading. So for a lot of the energy right now that we're seeing, especially with this Seven of Swords, I feel like there's a lot of that work that we're identifying and recognizing in relationality to working through the context of the past that is hard to let go of. This is how trauma affects us, right? And this is why we often talk about, and I need to stress this, never when we're working through a space of trauma should we ever say to someone, you should just let go of that. As if one could. As if one was carrying trauma out of a space of choice. The trauma is something that we carry because if we could let go of it, we eagerly would. So we eagerly would. But also, and this is a space by which we don't project our trauma onto others, right? Which is the space by which I keep on seeing the understanding of compassion is not the space of projection. There is nothing crueler in this world than the voice within us that says, if I had to go through something, so too should you. What is that? What part of love articulates that if we go through something energetically painful, we should arrive to some kind of energetic celebration point in experiencing another person having to go through that? Like, this is what I mean with Chiron being in retrograde, right? Sometimes Chiron being in retrograde shines a really close light in terms of how the shape that we see one another in. Because the space by which we articulate, right? The space of love is the space that says, I carry it so you don't have to, right? The work that we do so much in the space of love is the work that is built upon what is energetically important. It's the work by which we articulate. And that's the energy that we don't say, why aren't you carrying this for me? But almost the space by we say, I'm sorry, my shoulders aren't strong enough to bear it. So one of the things I want to articulate about this is I don't want you navigating this retrograde trying to take on more than you feel that you actually can. Compassion sometimes makes us feel energetically rigid that we can't take on more. But I need to stress this. When we care about one another and we see someone that articulates their own energetic inability of doing something, we don't take that personally. We understand and appreciate the space by which we find one another. So I'm going to say even now, I'm going to keep on repeating what I've been saying in relationality to this retrograde. Don't assume things during this retrograde. Don't take things personally because there's a lot of heightened sensitivity that's happening right now. The ability to articulate through it, to communicate upon it, is what allows us the context of a breakthrough. So make sure that you're having those points of a communication, and make sure, I keep on hearing, like, make sure you're not just trying to like white knuckle through something. Make sure that you're building into the space where you're having healthy, I keep on hearing, healthy channels by which to move through your energetic frustration, not just in the space of not just in the space that you're feeling like you're carrying the weight of it. Because often when we feel like we're carrying the weight of it alone, we have that tendency to internalize, and we want to be very conscientious about not going into hermit mode too much during this energy at this time. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. There has been a time change to just in time for this retrograde period that's doing wonky things with time. There's been a time change to the class. The class we will be hosting will not be on Wednesday, September 17th. It will be on Thursday, September 18th. Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in related to any of the classes that we've taken thus far. And if you also have access to over 9 hours worth of material between now and the next class, and it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join, because you'll have a couple of days before that class to be able to take any of those classes that you wanted to get more information on. You'll also have access, if you become a founding member, not only will you have access to the full Tarot Church Library class archive, which is 17 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have a discount on the full year's worth of readings, of classes. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey, to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I'll also post my Mystic Meditation articles there. I'll be releasing one this week on helping you navigate this full moon effectively. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer weekly dream interpretation readings now, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages come towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Julia. You got our highest gifter today. You will get the free reading. And thank you so much, Channeling. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the 6th person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We do here, for anyone interested in getting on the list, dream interpretation, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship reading, love readings, dream interpretation, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. And good to see you. Thank you as well, Julia. Congratulations. Thank you for those gifts. Mike, how are you doing today? Thank you as well, Zane, for the roses. Natal Saturn rising in Pisces. The energy has already started to feel more intense. And I want to tell you right now, if you've got Pisces placements right now, I want you to make sure that you're feeling grounded. There's a lot of, I feel like it's a double force right now of Saturn going back into Pisces, and we're also going to be having this full moon in Pisces. Pisces full moons can be kind of intense for those with Pisces placements. So making sure for those with Pisces placements right now, for those with Taurus placements, for those with Aquarian placements, I want you to be conscientious, making sure that you're feeling grounded. Yes, over internalizing is right. Thank you for the compliment, Minnie. Hi there, Zine or Zenny. I love it. It's my Saturn return. I'm a Pisces moon and my birthday's on Monday. Oh, cool. Oh, what a wild time for your Saturn return to be happening. Holy smokes. Oh man, absolutely. It was the illusion. Grand Rising, Haley. Hi there, Minnie. When do your new stickers come in? Ooh, you got stickers? What stickers? I don't know about, I like stickers. Oh, that's so pretty. Nikki, thank you. I love it. Hi there. Thank you, channeling for the heart me, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card with your 1 card readings today. Grand Rising, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I got the wind in my hair. Thank you, BB. And I saw you post your dream. Looking forward to that dream interpretation. I'd love to see them. Yeah, post them in the disco. I like stickers. Should I post the pictures or post my videos I make about them? Wait, are we talking about stickers? I think, well, again, put it in the products. We got a whole products and services section in the disco. Everyone would love to see the vids. Absolutely. Yes, I was just going to post pics of my new decks and my fave cards in each. Ooh, we got new decks. I'm curious. I'm always up for seeing new decks. Oh, thank you. Tomorrow, post in the disc. Yeah, the before in progress picture photos, before and after. Grand Rising Witches, how are you doing today? Oh, thank you for the compliment, dear. I hope you're doing well. And Dale, thank you for the follow. I will, as long as they don't, hold on, thank you. Too silly. As long as they don't piss me off, then I'll just mail them to you. Wait, what are you guys talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, we just finished the collective channeling. I'm just curious, how are we handling? Let's talk about it. I need to understand the full details of it. If you want to post some stuff in the disco, we can talk about it too. I'm not even 100% sure what's happening. I need to read up on it too. Even the words you're choosing are confirmation. So accurate. Thank you, Lex. And thank you, BB, for the gifts. I deeply appreciate you. The eclipse is hitting my nodal axis during the nodal reverse. But here's the thing. You know that that's happening, Alexandra, right? Oh, and I got to tell you right now, I feel like often with the node stuff, it can get really karmic, like just observe if it feels like something karmic happening. And I like to point out, sometimes karmic stuff happening, you have to be like, absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely not is a very powerful prayer. I'm actually looking forward to the new cycle. Exactly. I honestly don't understand it. I believe I hope it's going to me. I don't know. It would be nice to know. I'll see listen, if you have questions, I can see if I can get information around it. We can talk about it. All right. Thank you. You guys, yeah, this stuff is like, it's very difficult to keep up in. It's not full benefit. I just don't no, I understand, dear. Okay. Thank you. We can definitely talk about it over on the disco. And thank you for the update. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. No, you don't have to apologize for the comments at all. The reason I keep on saying it's better to post in the disco is because this chat, it goes away after this. So it's hard to keep up with it. Hi there, Surindra. What a beautiful name. I hope you're having, and if I say your name incorrectly, always feel free to correct me. They've been sticking to the table all week. Jumping out is new. They were sticking to the table. The jumping is new. But I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Uranus is about to go retrograde. Oh, it reminds me of a Studio Ghibli movie. I'll take it. I hope you're doing well, V. I'm still thinking about you and sending you so much support this week. Light, are you aware of these energy weapons? Listen, I don't like so light sleeper. One of the things I want to point out, I don't want us getting into that kind of negative thinking, right? We don't want to get into the projection of feeling that there are weapons in each other's bodies or things of that nature. That's not energetically helpful to our healing journey. I don't entertain, I don't entertain conversations of that nature. Like that's basically like that. And again, I have a very strict rule here, which is we don't do anything or we don't speak on anything that's going to incite fear in others. So I'm not sure where you're getting that type of information, but I'll tell you right now, I haven't gotten any information in context to something like that occurring. And thank you as well. It feels targeted. I know you mean in relationality to what's happening. Surrender. It feels targeted. You mean, yeah, I mean, it feels like they did. I know what you mean, channeling. It does feel like they all got together and was like, what if we just all went retrograde together? I wonder what they do. It does feel like that. But I need to point out, even in the fact that it feels targeted, that's the Virgo energy getting to you. Surrender, exactly. They never answered the question. I'm curious, who never answered the question? It is it's Twilight Zone-y. And Uranus going in retrograde with Pluto in retrograde can also feel more Twilight Zone-y. Thank you, BB, for those gifts, dear. Wouldn't that be nice? Yes, they're probably just a pop in fear stir. Don't put me through it. Don't put me through it too, man. Lol, me getting called out for white knuckling it. Yeah, I don't want you. I don't want you white knuckling. I want you communicating through things right now. Thank you, BB. I appreciate you carrying each other through it. That's what we do. You're so welcome, Lisa. You're so welcome, Nikki. I slept through most of it, but what I heard was amazing. Again, I'm glad that you can rest in here. It's the highest compliment to me is when someone can rest in my presence, because it indicates that you feel safe. All right. Hi there, Hannah. I'm just, yep, I got you. You're first on the list, dear. We're about to get started on your reading. I'm glad you're here. You also have an additional card. Thank you for getting on early. I know there's so many new gifts. I like that Forest Elf one. Thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate them. Excellent. There's a Forest Elf. Is that what it is? This Sunday was really cute. I like the coconut that you gave me. Pisces sun here. Yeah, Lex, listen, my Pisces babies right now, I want you to make sure that you're grounding because it's going to intensify. It's going to intensify. Saturn's in Pisces right now. We've got a Pisces full moon coming. Forest Elf, I love it. Yep, absolutely. The number on the list that you're on, Julia, I've got you as 5, dear. If anybody gets on the list right now, they'll be the 6th person read for. Channeling and I were talking about decks. Oh, Minnie and Bridget were talking about stickers. Oh, I like all of those things. Question, is it bad luck to buy your own deck? No. Sounds to me like someone who wants to do a reading for you would say that. That's my joke. I'm always like, who told you it was bad luck to buy your own deck? Was it a reader? Was it a reader that said, oh, you can't buy your own deck? No. That's not very bad. A pox on your house. You can't buy a deck. A pox on your house if you buy a deck. No. I've never seen any indication in any way, shape, or form that there's anything that would give any indication of there being bad luck in buying your own deck. In fact, I always think it's weird. I would feel like, I mean, it's like no, like it just I've never I feel like it's a very I think it's a very convenient marketing strategy. I think somebody made up that superstition because it's a very convenient marketing strategy. I will reiterate, we love Sin's goldfish. Thank you. I appreciate that you love my goldfish. Sometimes you just need to they just need to remind it what it's doing. All right, where were we? Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, V. And you're so welcome, Hannah. Us Pisces babies are not okay. I know, Lex. And I got to tell you, sometimes, like some signs when their moon comes in, it's not easy. Pisces going through Pisces moon can be a lot, right? It can be a lot, very similar to when Aquariuses are going through Aquarian moons, because again, when we're going through Pisces moons, it's very easy to feel emotionally overwhelmed. Aquarian moons are very easy to disassociate. I will say right now also, if you have issues with substances, please avoid them when we're going through Aquarian moon cycles and Pisces moon cycles, okay? Now is not the time. You're so welcome, B. No worries, dear. I've heard a rumor that you should be gifted one over buying your own, but I highly recommend. Again, I've never I bought most of my own decks, even like, and I learned from my mom, like, I don't use her deck. She doesn't use mine. It was actually my friend's grandma. Maybe she's old school. Buying your own, you get to choose. You have me cracking up. Yeah. Yes, this is what I kept hearing. It is convenient. It's convenient, isn't it? Yeah, no. Oh, no, you can't buy one. No, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Wanted for your answer because I'm thinking of buying my own deck. You're so welcome. Again, in my experience, Kath, I listen. You see the rate that I go through my decks. Can you imagine if I had to wait till somebody give me? I'm about like this one's about to get retired. You know, this is going to be the second deck I've retired so far. You know, I can't. I put my cards through the ringer. Pisces here with Virgo and Sag in my chart. I know. I feel. Listen, I got it. My heart goes out to my Virgos right now. This is not the energy that Virgos should be experiencing their birthday month in. Okay, this is not. This is not the immaculate vibes that Virgo was hoping to find at the party. With all these planets retrograding, again, my Virgos right now. Lex, hold on a minute. No substance problems, thankfully. I just been in concentrated fatigue. It can be a lot right now, but again, taking frequent rest, making sure that you're hydrating, having planets in Aries, all these planets in Aries can do a number on us. But like, that's why we were like saying like, it's important to hydrate right now too. Yeah, Bridget got, oh, you got a sticker book. Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun. I love being able to choose my own. That resonates with me. That's like waiting for someone to buy you ice cream. Bridget knows all about not doing that. I want to know what flavors you got. Do we need an ice cream section in the disco? No, that's going too far. Trying to absorb all the lessons and rest. Continue to do that work, Lex. If you buy your own decks, a troll will emerge from under a bridge and demand. If you buy your own deck, a troll will emerge from under a bridge and demand you pay a soul tax. Exactly. Yeah, I want to see this in the disco. Can you imagine all the ice cream that we would just get? It would just go uneaten. Absolutely. Chart is mainly Aquarius and having especially felt sleepiness. Others testing me. Grounding's key. Yeah, I'd say for Aquarians right now, like not going into hermit mode. I know it's the desire to go into hermit mode is very strong right now. Is what I keep on seeing. All right, friends, we are going to get started on our personal readings. First person we're reading for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the sixth person read for. We do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impression in the comments. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sow. Thank you guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. Woo, as I'm knocking the mic. Or were we? I see you, Hannah. Good afternoon, Erica. Haley, I'm dedicated to not missing one card today. My kiddo is sick. Oh, I hope they feel better. Oh, poor baby. All right, where were we? I understand, dear. And how are you doing today, Hannah? All right, we got spirit guided reading on the energy in the articles I posted in the disco. Okay, do I need to see? Hold on a minute. 1 second. Please hold. Please hold. Where were we? I just want to. Where'd you post them? In our disco? Oh, hold on. I see them. I got you. I got you. Okay, thank you. All right, hold on. I'm gonna pin up Hannah here. Guys, make sure to give Hannah some love. We want to thank you. All right. I got you, dear. All right, just give me a moment. There's some materials that have been sent to me. I just want to eyeball them before I do the reading. This is wild. Okay. Okay, I don't wanna I'm not gonna take I'm not gonna take too much time to read over the details, but I just wanted to kind of absorb what you sent. Alright. Can I please get 5 cards, please? What was going on with that situation? Can I get details? Yeah, okay. Yes. Thank you. Wow, that's a lot of swords. Um, I'm picking something up here. What's interesting is I feel like you started with a question as to um like why someone didn't energetically return back to a circumstance or situation. And I keep on seeing that I keep on picking up on some kind of estrangement in the relationship, you know? But and what's interesting about it is I keep on picking up that the estrangement, the estrangement in the relationship, um, has it almost feels like some kind of um, argumentation in relationality to how somebody wanted to live their life or the energetic responsibilities connected to it. Like there's some kind of like I keep on hearing the same message, which is like an energetic distance in relationality to some kind of obligation is something that I'm picking up upon here. And it's interesting because um like I'm getting some kind of space by which I keep on getting the conversation that's coming through that is saying to me that it's like I'm getting like a conversation with someone trying to articulate someone being in a bad situation and feeling some kind of onus of obligation in terms of doing something, but then some kind of resulting conflict in relationality to um like what they agreed upon versus what another person expected is what I keep on seeing. It's I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too because um like I keep on sensing some kind of vibration of someone in some form of way, some way, shape, form, or fashion that they were never one for a family life. is what I keep on seeing. And it almost feels to me like I almost feel like I hear somebody articulating upon it saying, I made it clear to them at the time, and they said it would be fine. And then something happened, and somebody said, I'm not going any further than here, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I keep on getting. I feel like I see some kind of relationship that was formed in another person trying to articulate to them what their energetic plans were. And I see somebody who is like nodding their head in agreement, saying, yep, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And then somebody moving forward on those plans. And then, like, I keep on hearing, just as they got to the space by which another person intended to go further, another person put their foot down. And it's like I almost, and I'm literally getting a buzz of confirmation. Someone being like, I'm not going any further beyond this point. That was hard enough. That was too hard. This is where, like, this is where I'm staying, is what I keep on seeing. And I almost feel like I'm almost picking up some kind of point of contention between them, like between two individuals, where I hear somebody saying, I told you that this is where I wanted to be. And I almost see somebody saying, you can go do whatever you want. I'm not going anywhere, is what I keep on hearing. I almost feel like I keep on hearing somebody say, I'm not going to trade one arduous journey for another and another and another. And I hear one person saying arduous journey, and I hear another person saying, why do you hate adventure? Right? And I keep on hearing the difference between an arduous journey and an adventure is how you experience like is how you experience it. And I feel like that was the point of contention between a relationship, which is the space by which one person was saying, you're not, you're like a stick in the mud. You're not wanting to do what we articulated. Another person saying you're you're reckless, you're energetically dangerous, you're too your ambition. I keep on hearing someone say like your ambition is going to get you, like I see somebody like arguing, I see arguments, somebody being like your ambition is going to get you, is what I keep on seeing. um So I feel like I keep on, and like there's something about that I even see that in the passing of someone, there was further contention that was created in terms of others like saying like you should have energetically been there, um, or there's something that you should have been there, um, like you should have been taking care. Like I feel like there was like a continuation of an argumentation, because I almost see some kind of situation where another person I feel like I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a situation where someone kept telling another person that they were worried about their welfare because they kept going somewhere. And in the context of them going somewhere, they never in 1,000 years would have thought that there was something wrong with the person that they were leaving behind along the way. And that's why I almost see that there was some kind of continuation of that as it relates to the shape of some kind of hard feelings. Um, there's a it's like there's a lot of there's a lot of everything I'm reading for. Um, it's interesting because I keep on seeing, it's like I want to put it this way. I see like there was love between two people in the face by which another person could have forced them to do something, but instead they kind of left them, like they let them be in a space of peace, is what I kept on saying. Like it's almost like the space by which someone agreed that even though like they would take care of them in some capacity, even if they weren't in agreement with like how they were living. But I almost feel like there was some kind of weight of regret in relationality to um, I keep wondering, in relationality to another person's passing, and another person like trying to argue or say to them like, why weren't you there? Like why weren't you there to take care of them, is what I keep on seeing. Because um I keep on I almost like I think it's interesting because I see somebody who was like seeking out opportunities like this. Like I keep on hearing like this is like I keep on hearing it's navigating someone who has ambitious energy, which is the space by which someone saw an opportunity and would go to it regardless of I keep on hearing regardless of the time it would take or the energetic distance, if that makes sense. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Just bear with me a moment. Hold on a sec. One moment. Okay, perfect. Excellent. If the articles, yep, I can just I'm gonna definitely once I get off of this, I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna read them more, and I'll let you know if there's any other details that come through after reading them to give clarity on what I'm seeing. I'm wishing, yeah, same Lex. That's totally fine. I know it's long. Yeah, you heard the ding too. It makes sense. So it was likely by choice. It feels they were so young. It's not what he wanted. Yeah. I mean, like it's like it's not it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing someone say, we had an agreement, is what when I was doing the reading. And it's interesting because I keep on hearing someone say we had an agreement, which is something about someone articulating what their plans were. And I keep on seeing someone being like absolutely, like I want that too. And then I keep on hearing somebody being like, I changed my mind. Like I keep on hearing, I go nowhere, I go no further than this point. That's what I keep on hearing. Yeah, so maybe there was no forgotten valuables, but instead a point of contention, and he went back. I'm picking up something like that. Yeah, like it's like something about that not being the full story was what I was kept on seeing. To get a reading, Sassy, all you do is send the donation and you get added to the list. 3 cards, 429 for non-subscribers, and you can find the links in my bio. Maybe traveling across country. No, that's exactly what I remember when I said traveling across country. When someone said I put my foot down, like I kept on hearing, I'm not going to trade. I heard somebody literally say, I'm not going to trade one arduous journey for another, which is the space by which another person was saying, I'm not doing that again. I feel like this is somebody who already went on an arduous journey with someone to get somewhere and was like, I'm done. Like, you know, it's that type of energy. And someone else being like, but we talked about it. And I almost see someone being like, I know we talked about it. Like they're going, you're out of your mind. Remember when I said when I said somebody saying your ambition is gonna like that's the type of argument that I'm picking up on, you know. And this it's interesting too, because even in the space where I can hear both of them, like the like it's like the like the mask, like it's like I see somebody who was articulating the fact that they were going to come back, right? And I keep on hearing it was always someone's intention, but then again, and that's the thing with opportunity, ambition. The song of ambition was I always intended to come back, but then a new opportunity continued to present itself is what I keep on picking up on. Thank you again for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Thank you so much for subscribing, Sassy. You'll be eligible for 1-card readings when we get to the 1-card readings for subscribers. You're so welcome, Hannah. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Angel. Yes, 3rd great grandparents. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And sending you so much support. I'm happy to continue. Yeah, there's a lot of conversation I was picking up on there. It's funny too, because it feels like it's an argument that continued into spirit. That's why I was hearing so much argumentation. I feel like the argument is ongoing still. Continuing to the next person on the list today is BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 25.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. BB, I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. If you're here, can you just confirm you're in the room? And while we wait, let's warm up our intuition muscles with another intuition check. You've already got one card out, BB. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. When we count, present like class. When we count back from 10, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Elisa. It was the dragon, the air dragon specifically. All right, looks like we are going to be doing a dream interpretation for BB. I'm going to pin you up here. And thank you guys. Make sure to give BB some love. All right. Where are we? Hold on a minute. Oh, what section's in it? I gotta find it. Is it in general? Oh, you sent it. Oh, I got it here. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Oh, Angel, if you want to get on the list for a dream interpretation, go ahead. Remember, if you have information related to the dream you'd like to share, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Outside tea, perfect. Okay. I had a dream where I was getting new furniture and electronics for my new place, and my partner was with me. Then, out of nowhere, my ex shows up to my place unexpected. I ask her why she's here. I was uncomfortable with her presence, so I made her leave. And as she was leaving, I could overhear her on the phone with my mom. It's as if she was there to be nosy or collect information. Her energy was intrusive. What does this dream represent or mean? Got you. All right, can I please get, 4 cards, please? And one more. Thank you. It's a karmic dream. I feel like, so the one thing we often identify in the space of dreams is looking at the locationality by which the dream is occurring. And, the one thing I want to identify is you're talking about the fact that you have a new place. So the new place is the place is representative of the self, which is the observation of the fact that you may be potentially feeling that you are changing in the context of a new relationship. This is often characteristic of a healthy partnership. We find ourselves changing in ways that delight and surprise us. That is also articulated in the fact that you said that you are getting new furniture and electronics. So it's like you're working on not only the shape of a relationship, but also understanding who you are in the context of the relationship, how that is changing you internally. Now, when you are identified that your ex showed up, this is immediately identifying to us that this is a karmic situation. So it's speaking potentially about the fear that something in relationality to your past partner is going to effectively damage the present relationship via the context of interfering in it. And what's interesting about it is the karmic reading on this is effectively almost giving you the forewarning of what you feel like you can energetically expect from someone. And it has to do, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that one of the issues that you may have had with this past partner was someone that was not respective of maintaining healthy boundaries, right? Because often one of the things that is very difficult for us to recognize, and it can be very traumatizing for us, is often those that have no boundaries will try to say that the reason that they have no boundaries was because they were energetically worried about something, right? It's giving me a lot of that type of vibration that says like I'm not allowed to break in to your energetic apartment. But if I'm worried about you, I didn't hear about you. I just needed to make sure that they were okay. So it's the context of not only potentially fearing of an ex-partner that would potentially try to interfere into your current experience or your current relationship by not having any boundaries, but also potentially recognizing some kind of tendency on the part of this energy to try to effectively gaslight you or to make you feel that something you were doing was worrisome, which would then validate something that they did that was completely energetically uncalled for. This is often something that we can see. And this is often a very, very intrusive, difficult space because it's the space by which another person makes us effectively question our sanity from like every single moment. But you have to understand, somebody with no boundaries will try to make you will question your sanity in order to validate them doing something that they should never have energetically done in the first place. Right? It's like the idea of being like, "What are you doing in my room?" Oh, I was worried about you. That doesn't make it okay, but the space by which another person tries to validate that they were doing because they care about you. This is often the song you will hear with someone with absolutely no boundaries. They'll never say, listen, I just wanted to find out. So I just went ahead and did it. And I didn't really care about the consequences. Those without boundaries will always, 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 always try to come like, oh, like, they'll be like, oh, I was just trying to do the right thing. I just wanted to, I was just worried. Yeah, sure you were. Sure you were. Now we're all worried that it's the spinning of the worry to try to amplify doing something that was completely all uncalled for by trying to say, well, I did it from a place of love. I did it from a place of concern. So it says to me, and like often, like this might even be a conscientious point that like, the space by which and this could also be indicative of someone who you may feel has an anxiety point of potentially calling people you care about and then trying to fabricate something that concerns them in order to elicit information from them, right? Someone who would potentially have the tendency of calling someone, being like, I saw something concerning, or would fabricate an energetic concern, right? And then someone being like, oh no, 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 and then like there goes the bird song, right? There goes the bird song. The ability of almost giving someone the wrong impression that then in the context of them clarifying gives them the information that they were energetically seeking. So I feel like I feel like there's something about, I keep on hearing the nefariousness of someone who potentially like has those lack of boundary issues that is potentially arising in the form of the dream. And you even articulated that what was happening there. You said it's as if, right? You said it was as if she was there to be nosy or to collect information, but they're effectively showing you that the context of them doing so is one that I keep on hearing, and I keep on seeing like and everything is indicative in the space that you heard her on the phone with the mom or your mother, which is the context by which again often energy will work in this capacity by trying to articulate their concern for us to be able to feel like they're working in tandem with someone instead of the energy like understanding and identifying this. I feel like this might even be something that you can bring up if you have a situation like this. You might even want to bring it up to those you care about, that you've noticed this energetic tendency in another, because I keep on hearing that's a type of energy that's always looking for bird song, which is the space by which they'll bring someone a problem that doesn't exist so that another person will start singing to them all the things they know, but realizing that in the space by which they're correcting them, they're actually giving them the information that they were seeking in the first place. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the moon card, right? Which is the space by which, again, it's like I keep on hearing the danger of the harmless energy, which is the harmless energy that effectively it tries to articulate the fact that they express that they're not looking for information, they're just worried. Right, they're just worried. And it's like it's not about whether they're worried. The bigger question that you need to ask with another person's worry is it any of your business? Right? Often I keep on seeing the expression by which we can recognize a boundary is crossed when someone says they worry about something that shouldn't be any of their business. Is what I keep on seeing. It's not about the energy, like the energy by which another person says I'm worried indicates the fact that they're having an investment in something. Is what I keep on saying. Worry indicates energetic investment. And so the thing that you have to be wary of in relationality to that is not, and I feel like that's almost like the converse. I feel like the dream is helping you have a conversation with potentially your mother, because I keep on seeing that potentially you're worried about the fact that your mother may be the space by which another person tries to do so. Helping another person say, remember, another person's worry is identified with how much, whether it is their energetic business. So the space by which another person, they like your business should not be their energetic concern. Like the space by which they're trying to articulate upon it is the space by which it doesn't matter if they're worried or not. The question that needs to happen is whether it's their business. It shouldn't be something that they should be intrusive upon. It's something that they should learn to heal and not worry about. They should effectively respect your energetic boundaries. So I feel like a lot of this is the guides kind of showing you a karmic situation to help you navigate and I want to say it's twofold energy here. Okay, there's two different meanings that are coming through from your guides. One has to do with how we actually care about people, which is when we care about people, we don't call other people on their behalf, is what I keep on seeing. So even in this space by which another person expresses concern for you in present partnership, it is the concern, I keep on hearing, it is the concern that doesn't feel like it's looking for unification, right? It's helping you understand that sometimes when someone is concerned about us, that concern does not need, I keep on hearing, that concern does not need to spiral out in terms of others getting involved as in relationality to making one feel necessarily unsupported. The other thing, and I feel like that's helping you heal the wound in potentially situations where you felt, I keep on hearing, where suddenly there was a problem between you and another person and suddenly it was everybody else's business, is what I keep on hearing. And the other one is helping you kind of fortify against an energy you may feel is still hovering around you in this capacity that may try to articulate getting information from you via the articulating concern about you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, BB. And guys, make sure to give BB some love. Also a wonderful reader. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you for the gifts, BB. All right, next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to be on the list today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. We're also at 30K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Hold on a moment. Outside. Happy to read for you on those dreams if you'd like to be on the list, Angel. I'll make sure to do that next time. And Sassy, thank you for the follow. They're your child's. Yeah, there's the energy. There's the energetic connection. Recently had a fight and they haven't been speaking. So this could be like the space by which, yep, thank you as well. That's exactly how they move. Thank you for confirmation. I'm really relating to this. How do you deal? And I keep on seeing it's the space by which I feel like I keep on seeing the same one. Thank you for letting me know your concern. That's it. you don't need to expound upon it. You don't need to explain. You just say, thank you for letting me know, and let it kind of rest in that space. Now we're all uncomfortable. She doesn't respect others' boundaries. Sending you support, BB. Yes. Always working behind scenes. The bird song is what is constantly sang by this individual. Sending you so much support, BB. Yeah, I keep on hearing the danger of harmless energy. Yeah. Sending you so much support, dear. Exactly. They tried to talk about sending you support. But and again, it's the space by which they're talking from a place of concern. They've constantly told her it's, oh, there you go. So that's good. So it says again, your mother's being energetically supportive to you by saying to them, it's not their business. That's good. That is good. It's always felt like sending you support, guys. That's difficult. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Right back at you, dear. Always appreciative. All right, guys, next person we are reading for today is Ryan. Ryan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Before we continue on readings, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The owl. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up. Oh, actually, one before we continue. Can you please give me simple? Can you please give me the first initial of the last name by which the donation was sent before we continue? Thank you. And then we'll continue. All right. That's perfect. I appreciate that. All right, just like to double confirm whenever. Okay, and I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Ryan some love. I'm going to pin them up here. All right, and we're doing a general. Can I please get 3 cards, please? General, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. 2 more. Oh. Good, strong message from Spirit coming through here. Good things do not need to be rushed. Strong message from Spirit. Good things do not need to be rushed. And I feel like this is really important because it almost feels like someone that was trying to rush you in to some kind of decision. You know? Like I'm just seeing some kind of like, I'm seeing some kind of now or never energy around you. And I want to describe this, I feel like, and especially like, here's the thing I keep on getting. Trust is earned. It's never demanded. And often and often when someone is doing something that requires our trust, and then they threaten, I keep on hearing they threaten to leave because we can't trust them. There is nothing more absurd in this world than to say to someone, you don't trust me, and so I'm going, instead of doing the work of saying, I wonder why. Like, you know what I mean? Like I wonder why. Like with an energy like that, you can't. There's no solution to it. You can't hand over trust like the keys to a car. You can't be like, trust me. Okay, here. You can't do it. If only we could. You know. And I feel like you're beating yourself up about it for some reason. You know. I keep on hearing the same message. Trust is earned. We build into it. We're patient. Because often, I need to point this out, often in the space where another person is not patient for our trust, time almost always, like almost always validates why we were feeling energetic trepidation in the first place. Because I keep on hearing the same thing. You are not the different. I keep on hearing the difference between moving towards a manifestation goal joyfully and another person seeing another person as a means to an end is the difference between being able to appreciate every single step in the journey, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing, as long as there is clarity, I keep on hearing, as long as there is clarity of intention, right? As long as there is a unified manifestation goal, as long as there is a reasonable agreement in relationality to like the dates upon when something can happen or when we can reasonably expect something to occur, then I keep on hearing the difference between rushing a process and I keep on hearing and enjoying the ride. Like that is the song of a healthy manifestation, which is the space by which we understand and we feel secure in knowing where something's going to go and feeling that easement in terms of what we can rely upon, but also enjoying where something is at this moment and being energetically okay with it. And I feel like I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing too, we don't we don't tease our manifestation goals. We don't tease our manifestation goals, which is the space by which another person says, "You're not going to ever get anywhere with me like that." Or someone saying, "If you keep acting like that, I'm never going to blah blah blah." We do not I keep on hearing manifestation goals are not energetically conditional upon the reformation of our behavior. That is the difference between someone like dangling a manifestation goal before us to try to energetically control us or to try to shape us into their ideal versus someone that energetically appreciates who we are and what it is that we and the gift that we are in each other's lives. And I think that this is really important because I see something like I see you like working through beating yourself up about something. Like I see you like feel and like I keep on feeling like I see you like working through something and feeling like you lost out on some kind of energetic opportunity with someone. But I feel like the guides are basically saying, was that someone who was like was that someone that was matching your own intention? Was that someone that was meeting your energy? Or was that someone that was like pulling away from you to see how little they could give something and still have something moving in a forward direction? Healthy relationship grows, it doesn't wane. I keep on hearing healthy relationship grows over time, it doesn't wane, which is the space by which we don't, we don't articulate how excited we are and then we don't get excited and then suddenly the manifestation goal go I keep on go grows conditional is what I keep on hearing because that's what I almost feel like. I feel like somebody like gave this like articulation of something and then like I keep on hearing this, the sound of someone changing their mind is not necessarily the sound of changing their mind, but somebody who feels like they've energetically secured something enough that then they're building into the space of where they want it to be and just seeing how little they have to give to it in order to keep it exactly where they aspire it to be interminably. That's often the sign of someone that wasn't being honest about their manifestation goal. Healthy manifestation goals are embodied, which means our words match our action. And I want you to understand that if there was something that occurred by which another person articulated that they desired something with you. And then they started saying, I never should have, I never should have done that. Like, oh, if I like this isn't like you're not doing like you're not like we are our goals are not conditional on behavior is all I keep on hearing. And somebody who tries to articulate upon your behavior changing to move into a manifestation goal, that is someone grooming you to be their ideal, not someone that wants to build into the full like appreciating the full gift that you are. And I feel like it's interesting because I almost see you like perseverating over something and you're feeling like you lost it. And I hear your guide saying you are energetically protected from it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Queen of Wands. Healthy relationship does not build into changing one another. It's built into transformation. It's celebrating the transformation that we experience as we continue to grow. And I feel like there's something important in relationality to that. And I keep on hearing if there's some kind of relationship of someone saying like you've changed, you're not what we expect, like you're not what I expected. We're supposed to defy each other's expectations. That's how we arrive. Like why would you not want to be? Why would you not want to be in a relationship where we defy each other's expectations? Right? Like that is what is beautiful about partnership. It's the infinite surprise of being able to discover who we are becoming. Not the space by which another person says to us, you're not all you cracked up to be. And often, I need to point this out, often energy that says to us, you're not all you cracked up to be, that's the song of someone who is idolizing us. That's why idolatry is considered such a sin, because it's the space by which we understand that people do not exist for our pleasure. The joy of knowing another person is a pleasure. But when we look at another and say, this is the expectation I bring to you, and you're disappointing me because you're not what we expect, like you're not what I expected, that is often the sign that we need to do some internal work in relationality to accepting the ability of who we are becoming versus how we change. Because I keep on hearing, as long as who you are isn't hurting another person, love is the ability to honor each other's choices. It's not the space by which we articulate that we're disappointed in the fact that we're making them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ryan. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we are at 32.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Trust is earned, not demanded. Tap to claim, Angel. No, thank you for the follow. This is spot on. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. Simple. Words can match action. Words should match action. Tap to claim. Yes, a very helpful message. You're so welcome, Zini. You're so welcome, Simple. Thank you again for having that reading with me. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I believe I saw that you put your question through where you sent the donation. If so, can you just let me know if it's inside T or outside T? For anyone else who would like to get on the list for today, we are doing Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We're also doing Akashic and mind, body, spirit. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. All right. And just pulling up Ava's question. Looks like it's outside T. Yeah. Okay. I just can't get over this bow. I'm glad you like it. Thank you, Nikki. How long am I going to be doing readings today? Sassy, it all depends on how long the list is. So I've got two more. I got two more people today, which is going to probably be another like 20 minutes. And then if anyone else gets on the list right now, we'll probably be moving into one card readings for subscribers after that. Hope that helps. Okay. Now, also before we continue with Ava's reading, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. All right. All right, I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Ruby, 2, 1. I just lose it whenever I see Snick. It was the boar. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. All right. Outside tea. I'm struggling to move on from a past connection, but I'm also trying to stay focused on my highest timeline. Could we read on divine counterpart connection and shared purpose? Absolutely. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Oh man, this is like night and day energy here. I'm getting like it's a very it's a very like abrupt energy, because the first thing I hear is were they ever I keep on hearing were they all they were cracked up to be, is what I just keep on hearing that somebody keeps on saying. Which is like, it's giving me the vibration, and like I just this is a lot of the divine counterpart talking towards the past connection. Like I see somebody, I keep on hearing somebody say they talked a big talk, but they couldn't walk a big walk. I just keep on hearing someone say people like someone who talks a big talk often can't walk a big walk, because I feel like this is someone who has a tendency more of moving in silence. You know, I feel like that's what I keep on saying. Like I would not be surprised if there was someone here who would often get energy that talks a big talk is dangerous, because they constantly get our hopes up, is what I keep on hearing. Energy that talks a big talk hurts our feelings by getting our hopes up. I feel like you need to write that down. And I keep on, because I keep on hearing it now, like energy that talks a big talk hurts our feelings because they get our hopes up. And that's why I keep on seeing someone that says, I think it's funny because they're saying I don't talk a lot. Is what they're saying. They're not a talker, is what I keep on hearing them say. They're like, I'm not a talker, I'm a doer. Like I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna spin you a tale, is what I keep on hearing them say. I'm not gonna spin you a tale of my tragedy, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that's the thing about it. They're calling the past connection a tail spinner. They're like, and that's why they said, was the tailspin. I keep on hearing them say, was the tail spinner all they were cracked up to be? Is all I keep on. They don't like them. They don't like them, man. They don't like them. They keep on. I just keep on hearing. Like that's why I was surprised. Like I was taken aback when I started reading, because like I feel like I feel like they might have a karmic connection to this energy, because they've got some salty things to say. They got some salty. There's some salt on this reading that is not mine. is what I'm getting. And a lot of it, and I feel like I would not be surprised when I see energy like this. I would not be surprised if you met this person before, because I keep on seeing like this is something, it's feeling awful karmic in here. And usually when I'm reading on energy like this and there's saltiness, there's a little bit of this energy, like the gesture I'm doing right now. I don't check my nails. When I don't have nails, I see somebody checking their nails, going, "I told you so." Like they're going, "I told you so." This is literally, I'm having picking up energy from a past life of someone going, "I told you so." But I'm saying to them, I'm like, "You didn't tell." I'm like, "I'm not talking." They're going, "I'm not talking about this life." They're saying. They're going, "I'm not talking about this life. This is." They're going, I told you so. I've been telling." I see them going, "I told you so." They're going, "I told you so." And I'm like, "But you didn't." I'm like, "No, I'm not." They're going, "I'm not talking about this life. I told you so." Like they're just carrying on. Like that's the reason I can pick up it's karmic, because they're picking up a conversation as if you've already been having it with them. And that's why they're very salty about this energy. And they keep on saying, was tail spinner all they were cracked up to be? That's all I keep on hearing them say. They're going, "Was tail spinner all they were cracked up to be?" Because that's all I keep on hearing. That's all they do. I keep on hearing they talk a big talk, but I feel like it's all I keep on hearing. It's like I keep on hearing they're saying they talk a big talk because they make you do the walking, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's why they're upset about it. I feel like it's almost like the space by which another person is saying they I keep on hearing it's something about that energy filling your head with fantasies. I keep on hearing filling your head with fantasies that they never make good on, is what I keep on hearing. Like filling your head with fantasies that never make good on is the sound of somebody getting in your head. And so that's why, remember when I kept on telling you that there are all these readings, making sure, like, even as you're moving away from a situation, someone doesn't start woulda, coulda, shoulda-ing it, is what I keep on seeing. Someone that doesn't try to come back to you, telling you, like, I keep on hearing, make it like, I feel like energy is trying to prepare you for someone who's about to try to regale you with the tale of what they fantasized about, to make you feel bad about making some kind of energetic choice. So I think that there's something really important that's coming through, because I keep on seeing that there's something about the proximity to this counterpart energy that I keep on feeling they're much more homespun, is something I'm identifying about them. Remember when I said that they're like I told you there's a little bit of salt on this energy? It's because they're salts of the earth. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they're an earth sign, because it feels like a lot of earth sign energy, which is the space by which I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing I keep on hearing don't expect them to feed you. I keep on hearing don't expect them to feed you a fantasy, because they're going to be too busy making your dreams become a reality. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, Ace of Cups. Man, you got the Ace of Coins. You got the Page of Coins, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Cups here in relationality to the counterpart. Which is to say, like, I see somebody, I keep on hearing somebody says, I don't, I don't, I don't talk about things that I don't intend to bring into fruition. I keep on hearing, I don't captivate energy with the illusion, with the pretty story of what's going on. I keep on seeing this energy that says I don't talk about fantasy. 'Cause I keep on hearing the same thing. I don't talk about fantasy because I'm too busy bringing your dreams into reality, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's something important in relationality to the choices that you're making right now, because I keep on hearing this energy that says you'll never have to wait for me, which is the space by which another person says, I don't wait upon the things that I care about. I work into the context of what it is that I'm trying to build with another person. So I keep on hearing someone that's trying to give some kind of like energetic heads up and saying, don't, like, like I keep on hearing somebody say, don't let someone sentimentalize the reason they're not giving you something is what I keep on hearing them say. Because I feel like I said, there's something about them having some kind of past connection or having observed something about this karmically, where I feel like they kind of had to like watch on the sidelines as um like somebody like I keep on hearing like someone almost had you in a relationship. um I keep wondering, having a relationship that was happening in here instead of out here is the best way I can describe it. Like somebody who was like getting in your head, if you will, in relationality to sentimentalizing something they weren't giving you instead of like creating something tangible with you. So I keep on hearing like they keep on pointing to like their head space and saying, don't let them get in your head, which is the space by which they're saying, don't let someone feed you some kind of romantic story on why they're not giving you something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. That was interesting. They've got some heat on that person. Like that was like, it was interesting because it was very, very directed. It's not frequently I get readings like that. That was very directed towards, like, it's like I literally, like when I was doing it, it was like, not them. Like it was like, it wasn't even the energy being like, choose anyone. They were like, literally, it was like, not them is what I keep on seeing. It's personal. Like it's personal at this point is what I keep on seeing. Thank you again for having that reading with me, Ava. And again, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. We're doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 37.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of that hell to the gnaw. Not the boar. No, but like what's wrong with the boar? Yep, they do. Yeah, action over words. They're like, no, that's what I was reading on it. It was like, no, 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 no. It's very personal. I know both of them from a past life. Yeah, I take that as confirmation. Yep, and that's confirmation in the reading too. I didn't expect, hold on a minute. I didn't expect it to be the same past life. Oh no, it definitely feels like the same past life. That's why they said, how are things going with there was some salt. There was some salt there. Yeah, imaginary ice cream. Why do we book? Oh, I know. That's the worst, Phoenix. That's so frustrating. Yeah, I walk the walk. That's what I'm seeing. I hope so. I went through, ugh, sending you so much support, Phoenix. I mean, the energy definitely feels close, but that's why I keep on seeing someone like, I keep on seeing like someone being like, don't, I keep on, the funny thing was like the message that was coming through was someone was saying, don't fall for it. Everything I keep on seeing, it's like, it feels like, I keep on saying like, I keep on hearing, don't let someone twist up a decision you made by trying to like weave a fantasy around it is what I keep on seeing. And thank you as well for those gifts, Phoenix. Hi there, Shush. You're so welcome, Ava. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How are you doing, Julia? And before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. All right, let's continue. All right, and I'm going to pin up Julia here. Hold on a moment. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And let me just find Julia. All right. Does wearing rings, I mean, I just like them. All right, where are we? Let me pin up Julia. I got you here, Julia. Can we do a reading around highest priority in love? Ooh, from grandmother and spirit team. Beautiful question. Guys, I pinned up Julia there. Make sure to give Julia some love. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. On love. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Hmm. You know, it's really interesting because there's something really significant um, that I'm identifying in relationality to the message that is different between the energy of the grandmother that you spoke towards versus, and I keep on, it's not versus, but it's a nuanced message in relationality to the approach um, of the grandmother energy, like in proportion to um, the spirit team, and I feel like the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to the grandmother, and I think that this is really important, um, has to do with the space by which, how do I describe this best? Love is the context by which we honor another's choice, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's really important because I almost see some kind of relationship that this energy was in that others were trying to articulate. Like, I almost see some kind of argument someone was having with someone in relationality to what makes a good or a bad match, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on seeing that it feels like this is something that they had to deal with in their own life because it does feel like there was something somewhat iconoclastic about this energy in terms of I keep on hearing like having a different opinion than those around them, which is the space by which I keep on hearing, um, and I almost see some kind of abrasiveness in someone looking. I keep on hearing in like someone looking at, instead of looking at the person that someone was, the type of life that they could provide. And I almost feel like there was some kind of argumentation point that they would have with others. And I almost hear them saying, who cares what they do? Like it's that type of energy, which is almost like I keep on hearing like they were effectively going against the grain in some kind of way, shape, form, of fashion, where others were trying to. I keep on hearing trying to articulate upon like a good partnership via the like, I keep on hearing, like, a healthy relationship is what we make it for one another, not in how well we are energetically provided for, is what I keep on hearing. Because I almost feel like I don't know why. I feel like I almost sense somebody who had someone close to them who was in some kind of partnership like that experienced devastating consequences, is what I can see. Almost the space by which another person was like tangibly provided for, but profoundly unhappy, is what I keep on getting. And so I keep on seeing that it almost feels to me like that grandmother energy is talking towards the fact that often we have to defend um, a good partnership. It's often the space that we have to defend. We have to protect the partnership from those that look towards it and say, like, I'm getting somebody being like them and being like, how dare you? Like, it's that type of energy. Like, someone going them is like the moment you can say to someone like that is the moment by which you can identify and recognize someone who holds different standards than you do. Um, and I feel like this is really important because, um, you know, I see you. I see you having had to do a lot of work in this experience. In I keep on hearing like against some kind of energetic convention, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I almost sense some kind of space of often, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you yourself and are also kind of the iconoclast energy in some kind of family system. Because when you're in the space of being an energetic iconoclast, and that's why I think it's interesting that the word iconoclast came forward in when I was reading for the grandmother, but also for you, is when you share that type of vibration, the song you will often hear around you is, you're doing it wrong, or why are you creating problems where problems don't exist, right? Because I keep on seeing, like, iconoclast question things that don't make sense is what I keep on. Iconoclast energy often experiences those moments that they question things that don't make sense, because that is the song of progress. Like, that is the song that allows the ability to energetically recognize and identify um, what it is that we're trying to do in a greater fashion. And so, um, I feel like it's funny because, like, I almost see you working in that energy, and I almost see like the grandmother energy being like iconic. You know what I mean? Like, I see that energy being iconic, which is like, which is the space by which, again, they're like, you know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a little bit of that. Um, but like, but it doesn't. But I keep on hearing, being iconic never feels iconic. Is what I keep on getting. Being iconic never feels iconic. It usually just feels like you're getting in the way of things, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I almost see the energy being like, why, like why do you have to be this way? And you have to be like, when someone's like, why do you be this way? You can be like, you mean iconic? Like, because I keep on seeing that something about partnership. The reason I feel like all of this is coming up is it feels like there's something about partnership that is going to kind of come towards you in the same capacity. It's going to kind of require, I keep on hearing, I see partnership, and I see a lot of prickliness around a partnership. It's giving like porcupine energy, which is the space by which I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to allow for another person to get used to something, but also saying, don't you dare go like, be very, I keep on seeing you saying, like, don't you dare, like, be very careful about what you're about to say, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, that's often the space that we have to hit when we're working through something, which is the space by which we allow the allowance point of another person's understanding, But then we say, be very conscientious about treading any further beyond the space that you just articulated. Because I almost feel like it's requiring you to have to embody a little bit of Queen of Swords energy. And Queen of Swords energy is always like allowing for some understanding and get used to something, but also being very quick to say, and now you're going to stop, which is the like the protective point and saying, be very conscientious about what you're about to say, because remember, some things you cannot take back. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with strength. And I need to point this out. Like, I need to point out when we are protective of relationship, we're also protective of relationship actually does not mean that we're hard line about it. That's sometimes misunderstood, right? Protective of relationship or partnership is the space by which we prevent someone from doing something that they can't take undo, right? All and I feel like it's interesting because even in this reading of love, I feel like everything I'm reading for is actually about outside of partnership, which is like it's giving me a little bit of this like try again energy, right? Like the ability of saying to someone, I'm going to give you another opportunity to think about what you just said and ask yourself if you really want to say that, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like, and I almost see this, like I feel like this is either something that you're working on internally right now, or it's something that you're having to help another person heal from feeling too much of an over importance as it relates to other people's judgment, right? And this is why I keep on hearing, this is why we don't necessarily listen to what others tell us in relationality to our partnership. Because I keep on hearing too, there's something important I'm getting here of understanding that the life of the party should never take advice from the party, which is the space by which, again, if you are, I keep on hearing, if you are the bright, if you are the bright light, if you are the bright light in a friend group, right? And then you're doing and you're doing something that is positive for the self, but the energy sees you moving away from them and goes boo. You have to take another person's opinion with a grain of salt in relationality to whether it feels like, and that's where the grandmother energy is coming through in relationality to being protective of and being iconoclastic too. Like that is the rhythm. I keep on hearing that is the rhythm by which we navigate another person's care or concern about something that is for us, which is the space by which we say that's far enough, right? The space by which we prioritize is the space by which we say that's you can't say that. You're done now, because it's a space by which we become energetically protective of something. So I feel like there might be something that you need to have either in conversation with energy surrounding partnership, or someone who's allowing another person's opinion to interfere in their relationships in some kind of perpetual cycle. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, and again, usually the way you can identify this is when someone said, and it's impossible. It's like the space of being like, they said they would say, you would say that, being like, well, why would they say that? Why are they so concerned? What are they prioritizing in giving you some advice? Are they prioritizing your best interest, or are they prioritizing their best interest? Because usually the vibration we hit when we enter healthy partnership with our friends is sad for me, happy for you, which is the observation of understanding that we might not see each other as much, but we celebrate it. And sometimes if we're not in the space of understanding that, we can be too influenced by energy that isn't maturating at the rate that we ourselves are. Thank you so much, Julia, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 47.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Love to see that day in the reverse. I like it too. And Melissa, thank you for getting on the list with a dream interpretation. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. This makes sense. His family has many opinions and is very different than them. Yes, I'm very spiritual and open to all souls. His family is more traditional. Thank you for confirming. Definitely doesn't. Yes, I'm at a crossroads of staying or going from this current relationship. I don't want to pull my boyfriend away from his life and purpose versus where I'm going. And I hope this helps in relationality. I feel like you have to have a conversation with another person in relationality to what they're prioritizing is what I keep on seeing. And that's the thing about it. I keep on hearing, being too concerned about others' opinions will always block partnership. It's like when we're too concerned about reaching another person's approval, it creates an impossibility space in our own relationship because it doesn't feel like we're in relationship so much for to being in it so much as we're constantly feeling like we're trying to seek another's approval by it. I'm teaching him to open his mind, sending you support on that journey, dear. And thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. I got you, Mel. I saw it coming through. Is that inside T or outside T? And just a reminder for anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind body spirit readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, I'm excited too. We've done dream interpretations for you before though. And Delta, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, and you're so welcome, Julia. All right, before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'm going to reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wolf. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just pin up. Hold on a minute here. All right. I'm going to pin up Melissa here. Guys, make sure to give Mel some love. Where were we? One second. Gotta find it. All right. Outside T. I had a dream that I was completing a job working in an industrial leaky building. I made friendships throughout this process that were very supportive and a possible love interest. I think it was I thought it was so cool that we had mutual location for SF. As we left the building to head into separate directions, it was broad daylight, and I began my long walk to my car. As I walked through downtown San Francisco, where a woman complimented me on my guest jacket. She goes, "I love your vintage jacket." I go, "This old thing?" I didn't really feel it was vintage. She's like, "Yes, girl," and went on to describe why. I said to myself, this is why I really enjoy living here, is the unique people you meet and the vibes of other people. I guess I left my bag somewhere, so I went to grab it, and some lady gave me a weird look. As I continue my walk, I clicked my alarm and could hear my vehicle close by. But for some reason, I decided to get on BART, which for those who might not be aware is the public transportation system in San Francisco. I continued to walk through the overcrowded people, managed to get through some tight spots, moved around several people with strollers, and made it to the station. I said to myself, this is weird. They typically make you pay before you're able to board, but I continued on. The BART arrived as I got on, and we didn't move far before the train got stuck. Somewhere throughout this dream, I said to myself, I was grateful for this second opportunity to live here again. But are you sure you want to go through this again? As we're stuck in the tube, we had to get off one train and hop onto another. The guy over the intercom was doing a raffle, I think, for a TV or something. I said to myself, damn, I really want my friends to experience this. I finally found a seat next to a random guy, and we proceeded to move through the tunnel. Okay. I do want to ask a relevant question to this reading that I'm hoping you can answer, which is, have you ever lived in this location before? Because I know that sometimes in dreams we assume things that have not occurred, and it is relevant to the context of the dream. All right. hmm Thank you for confirming. So they've confirmed that they have lived in the area and they used to commute often. Now it's really beautiful because this is effectively this is a guide reading, which is the guides are effectively helping you navigate and recognize if you're energetically ready for something by trying to put you in the position to be able to identify and recognize how you will feel when the manifestation goal effectively comes into fruition. Now, one of the important things that we see, and I like this because we actually have to read this dream a bit in its reversal, because the overriding question of the dream by which the guides were effectively bringing this dream to you in response to the answer was actually delivered in the second part, which was the point of contemplation by which you asked yourself, am I really ready to move back to a location where I've already been? And one of the things that you identified was talking about the fact that there were effectively potentially things that bothered you, inconveniences, reasons that you moved away from something initially. And what's lovely about this is the dream arrives by giving you that answer, because the answer is not about whether you're energetically ready, but navigating how far you have come. The first two cards I pulled for you are effectively the High Priestess and the Ace of Swords in its reversal. And I love these two cards in combination because these are the identification point of what the first part of the dream was showing you, which is all of the work that you have done from the time that you departed from a location to the time that you are arriving back towards a location. And what did we find in the context of the arrival point that you are finding yourself in as you return back to a location? You said that you are completing a job working in an industrial leaky building. That is a karmic dream. We often talk about the fact that when we see buildings in dreams, it's the identification point of the work of the self. So the space by which you are identifying that you were working in an industrial leaky building could potentially talk about the fact that you moved away from somewhere for an opportunity that did not end up being all that it was cracked up to be, right? Something that potentially looked really good on the outside, but it was leaky, it was a mess. And then you identified and articulated what happened on the journey of recognizing something that potentially wasn't necessarily for you or wasn't necessarily what you had thought it was going to be all that it was cracked up to be. Because you even identified, you said, I made great friendships through this process that were very supportive and a possible love interest. And you even said you thought it was really cool that one of your, like someone you had a past connection with, right? A relationship had that had been in a mutual location. Um, in like the place that you had left before. So what's fascinating about that is you're even articulating the fact that even in the context of the friendships that you made in the context of leaving a place, one of the defining ones was meeting someone that had been shaped in the same exact place that you yourself had been shaped. So even in the context by which you moved away from someone, the person that you built the deepest connection with was still connected to the place that you left. So it's almost like the reaffirmation, if you will, of understanding and recognizing what feels energetically for you or where you feel energetically comfortable. It's giving a lot of there's no place like home kind of energy, if as it were. This is the answer to what is going to effectively change in the context of going away from something and then coming back to it. What happens in the space by which we are able to explore outside of our comfort zone? It's the difference between arriving at a place and appreciating something. So, what do we see in the rest of the dream? The newfound appreciation, even for the frustrations in the context of what you experienced with the leaky building. And we see this as it relates to the celebration of your energetic reunion with the locationality, which is again, you saw someone who complimented you on your guest jacket and the fact that they were very articulate about it. And you said to yourself, this is why I really enjoy living here is the unique people you meet and the vibes of the people. The same vibe of the person that you made the connection with when you went away from the place. Like you were like a heat sinking missile finding the energy that was in that same vibration. So again, it's identifying the fact that you're not going to feel frustrated, you're going to feel relieved because you realize now it's not what you find everywhere. It's something that's very energetically unique to that locationality. You also said that you left your bag somewhere and you went to grab it and some lady gave you a weird look. I keep on seeing that the space by which you said that you left your bag somewhere and went to grab it has to do also, and I need to point this out, that is a micro moment of understanding what it felt like to leave and come back, right? Like that was actually a guide that you encountered in the dream, which is like, oh, you had to go away from something to understand why you needed it in the first place, right? Like that, the guy giving you a weird look was the guy being like, that's a weird thing to do, but also that is why, like that is why it's weird. It's weird but necessary because when you get it, you appreciate it even more. You said as you continue to walk, you said that you clicked alarm and you could hear a vehicle close by and you decided to get on the BART. But again, it also is the space, and I need to point out the arrival point to the BART, and I'm not sure that those who understand San Francisco might not get this. Most people are deeply annoyed by the BART. Often when you hear those talking about San Francisco, the BART is not usually considered one of the high points. It's considered one of the frustrating points. But I need to stress this. Even the first thing you did when you went back is you went to the most annoying place. You went to the leaky building, as it were, of the locationality. But what do we see that you're doing in the most annoying place? You love it. Even in the space by which you identified that it was overcrowded and there were tight spots. You said that there was something about the fact that they made you feel like they typically paid. You were excited because you're like, oh yay, I got on for free, which is a space by which you didn't even care so much. You were just so, I'm just so happy to be here. Right? It's giving a lot of that type of energy. And even in the space by which you were stuck, we don't see you getting angry. You said somewhere throughout the dream, I thought to myself, I'm just so grateful for this second opportunity. So it's the arrival point of understanding that the things that used to hound you, the things that used to really get under your skin, in the past, they don't feel anything comparable to the leaky building that you experienced outside of the place that you're at. It's the understanding of the appreciation that potentially even the most detrimental inconvenience there pales in comparison to what you experienced outside of the locationality, which is why you change trains in the BART. You changed your train of thought. You expanded your mind, and it changed the way you energetically perceived something. And that is why when you got on the intercom, you said that they were doing a raffle for a TV or something, because it's the modality by which you understand that it is an absolute gift to go through the worst thing that you can energetically expect somewhere and realize that it pales in comparison to the nonsense that you may have experienced somewhere else, which is why you said you're going through the inconvenience of waiting and being like, it's not a big deal. That is the raffle. And the raffle, what did you say they were giving away? A TV, the vision, the vision to see something in a different way. So this is all of this understanding that the guides were trying to show you in relationality to whether you're ready. This is the affirmation that says yes, because you're perceiving things in different ways. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, you can never go back to the same place twice. It's not the same place that you used to be because you're not the same person that you were when you left. You're coming back as an entirely new person, which means it's an entirely new experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Mel. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We also got to our 50K milestone, so we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Have some downtown just in time for story time. Oh, perfect timing, Alexandra. Great dream. And thank you for sharing that dream with us, Mel. I've lived in the area and commuted to work often. Could you please tell me what number I am on the list? Sassy, did you send the donation to get on the list? I'm happy. I don't see you on the list. I just need to know if you sending a donation gets you on the list. And if you are a subscriber, that is 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. Excellent. Hi there, Fig. I was surprised it was still there. That's dope. Yes, the BART is so annoying. I just know, I know people who've been there. So hi there from the Bay. I'm going to pin up Adina here, guys. Had a beautiful interview with Adina last year. You can find a link to it over on their page or over on my stack. Make sure to give Adina some love. Yeah, especially getting stuck in the tube. I didn't have to hop the gate. Yes. And thank you as well thank you again for having that. Thank you again, Melly, for giving us that dream. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, we're going to do the giveaway. So I am going to be thinking of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. 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 Whoop, 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 whoop. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. Wait, 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 wait. Backing it up. Chrissy, congratulations. You got it. We're going to do that again when we get to 100K. In the meantime, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance at readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Chrissy, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. I've already got one of your cards out, Chrissy, so just waiting on that. And while we wait for Chrissy's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, we've got a general for Chrissy. I'm going to pin up Chrissy here. I like the bunny you posted, Marisol. Hold on a moment. All right, can I please get 4 cards for Chrissy? General, please. House party messages from Spirit. 2 out and 2 more. So one of the things that I'm seeing in relationality, I'm not sure what your sign work is, but I feel like, and I'm not sure if you have had a lot of like Pisces placements in your chart, but one of the difficulties or hurdles that we're navigating in relationality to this eclipse cycle that's coming up is, you've been here a bit, so you know that we've been talking about this a lot. It's bringing up a lot of the feelings from the past, is what I keep on seeing. It's working through the context of helping us heal from trauma. And I like to point out, what do we identify as trauma? Trauma is often the space. Trauma is often identified in relationality to the past that we have a hard time letting go of. And I feel like one of the things that is potentially helping in that capacity right now is being able to understand and recognize the context by which you are either currently navigating something with another person or having to kind of heal or resolve in relationality to something from the past. And what's difficult, I keep on hearing the hardest part about energetically healing from the past is sometimes the observation of, I keep on hearing some kind of relationship that almost feels like it's available to you, but it would kind of require you to effectively like lose a sense of the self in the process. And I keep on hearing like I've got a strong message from your guides that are coming through that amplify and articulate that a healthy relationship never requires us to abandon ourselves in order to move closer towards it. That's something that just keeps on coming through over and over and over again, because there's something I feel like I keep on seeing like some kind of space where you may have potentially articulated to another person what it is that you wanted with them. Like what it is I almost feel like I almost see this space like where you potentially laid it all out on the table. And I keep wondering, there is nothing more devastating than those experiences or those modalities where we lay it out, like we lay it out on the table. We tell someone exactly how we energetically feel about them. We give them the full breadth of not only how we feel, but what it is that we desire with them. There's nothing, there's a wound that is formed when we lay that all out of the table and somebody says to us, interesting, I'll think about it. That's the type of wound I'm seeing here, right? I see this space by which you opened your heart to someone. I see the space by which you told them exactly how you feel about them. You told them, I feel like you articulated upon that energetic picture of what it is that you could have had with them. And I keep on seeing, if you're working through that energetic wound, what is so difficult is the space, and I keep on hearing manifestations are not energetic negotiations. Manifestations are not the space by which we say to another person, like, this is the full breadth of how I feel about you. This is what I'm willing to energetically offer you. This is what we could create together. And another person says, I mean, like, in potentially, like, again, in a partnership, like in relationality to like work or even in like projects, it's totally normal for someone to say like, I'll think about it, right? Like that's normal. But in relationship, when we're giving ourselves to one another and we're articulating upon it, when someone says, I'll think about it, it's the observation that the manifestation that we hold is one that should always be proceeded upon joyfully, which is the space by which when we articulate to another person that we have the manifestation goal, that it's like the wound is created when someone goes instead of yes. And I feel like that is something really energetically important, because I almost see somebody around you that is like articulating upon the fact that they're entertaining the possibility of energetic partnership with you. And I keep on hearing healthy relationship is not about entertaining the possibility of potentially desiring like what we potentially have with one another. It's a space by which we embrace the manifestation and say that is also my energetic dream too. Like that is how we energetically support one another. And I feel like it's really important what I'm seeing in this reading, which is the observation, like, I feel like it's almost like some kind of energy that's trying to come back to you and being like, I want you to, like, I keep on hearing, I want you to know I'm still thinking about it, is what I keep on hearing. Like I almost see a situation of someone saying, I want to let you know that I'm still thinking about it. And I keep on seeing it's like the space by which we identify and recognize that we don't take the manifestation goals into consideration. We either desire we either want them or we don't. Make sure someone's not broadcasting to you that they're not energetically ready, but if the day ever comes, then that's what they would want with you. Because I keep on seeing energy that does that, energy that says like I'm not ready. Like I keep on hearing you are not a retirement home for energy that has sowed their seeds. That often I feel like there's nothing more energetically childish than someone that tries to say, oh well, rest assured when it comes that I want that, you'll be the one I go to. That is the energy that's almost saying to you, I'm never planning on settling down, but once I feel weary, rest assured that you are where I will go to lay my head, is the space by which you say, that could be tomorrow or it could be never. Because it's not, I keep on hearing, relationship is not where we go to retire. It's where we go to create. It's where we go to celebrate. So make sure someone is in that vibration with you and not keeping you. I keep on hearing, not keeping you at bated breath with the fact that they're, by telling you that they're still deciding as to whether they want something with you or not. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the temperance card. Like I said, we never wait in healthy relationship. We're patient in relationship. But healthy relationship, the patience that we create is patience, and waiting is clarified by dates. The difference between patience and waiting is the difference between someone saying, I want that with you someday, versus someone saying, I want that with you Tuesday, which is the space by which another person says that sometimes we have to be energetically patient in a relationship, which is the space by which another person says, I literally can't right now, but rest assured on Tuesday, I will be there, right? It's like the space by which another person clarifies what we're being patient for is the difference between a pipe dream and a plan. So make sure someone is not trying to keep you in suspended animation in it, some kind of imaginary relationship that they're articulating that they desire to have with you someday. And if they are, say, tell me why someday can't be today. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 53.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic and mind, body, spirit. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Congratulations winning that. And thank you so much for being a subscriber. All right, the list is now open. If anybody else would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. In the meantime, we are doing one-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button and you'll be entitled to a one-card reading. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, all you need to do is make sure that you're recharging your heart meat, and you'll also have an animal spirit guide card included in your one card reading. Ella, highest priority, please, for Ella. I feel like there's something in relationality to, I feel like there's something in relationality to navigating through another person's flakiness. I keep on one of the things I need to stress right now is this retrograde's doing a number on everyone's sense of timing. So make sure that you're double checking dates with another person to make sure that there's no energetic confusions. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially the thing with this retrograde that I'm picking up with the Sun card in its reversal is it's requiring a lot of this like measure twice, cut once in relationality to dates. So if you've got any plans, make sure that you're just energetically double checking to a certain extent. Animal spirit guide, please, for Ella. Hold on a moment. Yeah, the bull energy, right? Make sure, I keep on hearing like, make sure that you're double confirming on things right now is what I keep on seeing. Miranda, I got you, dear. Highest priority, please, for Miranda. Don't go ahead. Don't feel like you need to rush a decision, but also like, I feel like there's something important in not like making sure that you're not entering this eclipse season from a place of overwhelm. Like this is a really good time to like try to get as many things on your to-do list done because like before the eclipse season starts. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Make sure, I keep on saying just making sure that you're being like just I keep on hearing like make those lists right now. Like if you're feeling overwhelmed, write the list. If something feels like it's too big, break it down into smaller pieces. Animal, and thank you so much, Miranda. No problem, dear. I got you, Bridget. Hold on. One card on if my new habits will provide the outcome I desire. This is feeling very affirmative. This is kind of like the best card. This is like kind of the best card you can imagine in relationality to that question. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it's more about sticking to it. You know, it's like giving yourself the time to kind of build. I keep on hearing giving yourself the time to build into a healthy habit is what I keep on getting. And give it like it's. I keep on hearing it's not going to be overnight. Is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on seeing, like, you have to, like I feel like you gotta I almost feel like it's weird. I know it's a goose, but I feel like it's like giving something the space of a season is what I keep on seeing. So, like, maybe potentially a 3 months to see if you notice something different. Haley, one card, highest priority, please. Don't let somebody, like, this is like I keep on hearing, like, when someone comes to us with problems, I feel like it's almost the space by which you have to say, "What are you seeking? Are you seeking a solution, or are you just looking for something to like, something to express?" Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like, there's something I keep on seeing, like, I feel like this is you, like, I wanna describe this, like, when we start to heal like what we can tolerate as it relates to another person articulating upon negativity like often will change. Because I almost feel like it's interesting because it's almost giving me like a conversation you have to give to another person about how you're not there to hear them rag upon somebody, which is the space by which I almost see you saying, like, have you considered talking to them about it? You know, like that's the type of energy I'm getting. Yeah, especially with the dog, right? Because that's what I keep on hearing. Like, I keep on seeing like the space by which we articulate to another is the I keep on hearing it's the difference between identifying like what we're trying to do upon it versus having the state of um like I keep wondering it's ugly to have a problem with someone without trying to work to fix it is what I keep on seeing because I almost feel like it creates that space of having to not it's like I feel like it's almost like you having to like articulate like have you tried I keep wondering like have you tried putting some truth on it? It's almost like I see you saying like is the space by which you have to say to another person like I'm not there to like fortify your own feelings as it relates to the negative like I feel like you're not there to affirm another person's negativity is what I keep on seeing. Alexandra, one card on work and service, please. Woo, that card flew out. Um, it's giving me a little bit of like good fences make good neighbors kind of energy. You know, at least I keep on hearing at least for the beginning is what I keep on seeing, which is like I keep on seeing like I feel like it's like I almost see you like articulating like to someone um like I almost see you like holding some kind of healthy boundaries in relationality to your own comfort level upon things is what I'm kind of picking up on. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles. I almost feel like it almost feels like potentially that blurred line of someone asking you to do something like in the context of work. I keep on hearing there's nothing wrong with saying to someone, I don't blend work and professional, right? Like I keep on hearing that like healthy energy is respective of our boundaries, which is to say it's not too much to ask to say to someone like I'm not comfortable like blurring those lines or blending those experiences is what I keep on hearing. That's what you can say. I'm not comfortable blending those experiences. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right. I feel like there's something like that. Like I keep on hearing like that's effectively all you necessarily have to say in those like to answer that. I keep on hearing if someone asks you for something that doesn't make you feel energetically comfortable. Phoenix, like days. Oh, that's frustrating, Phoenix. Well, I told you we're having a lot of timing issues with this retrograde cycle. Chrissy, card on what you should be focusing on. I feel like there's something really I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too because it kind of moves into the same space I was having that reading. Um, I keep on hearing I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me on the same timeline, which is the space by which another person doesn't articulate upon the fact that they're thinking about it. They just want it like I keep wondering they want it in the same timing as we do. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the devil card and its reversal. You know, I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing I feel like you're healing from someone that was telling you that you weren't being patient enough as it relates to I keep on a manifestation goal. I keep on hearing we can have the same manifestation goals. It doesn't require us to be patient. Like having the same manifestation goals should be the first thing, not the last thing, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy. Like it's giving me some kind of like I feel like you're healing from some kind of energy like that says like when I come around. It's like it's not about coming around. It's about working towards each other and appreciating that we don't get that time back is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And thank you. Hold on a minute. Continuing right now. Oh, you're so welcome, Haley. You're so welcome, Bridget. Slow and steady. Hold on, I need to catch back up. Yes, you're so welcome, Ella. Ava, one card on how divine counterpart is feeling in this energy. I feel like they're feeling very, I don't know why. I feel like they're kind of navigating it. Like I think that there's something about this that they're giving themselves some kind of break, or they're feeling some kind of easement point right now. They might be traveling. Yeah, it's giving me like staycation vibes, you know? Like I almost see something here of someone that's like identifying kind of a new interest or finding some kind of new comfort on something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bull, you know? I keep on feeling like I don't know why. I feel like there's some kind of I feel like they're proud of themselves. I feel like there's been some kind of like anniversary to something, or something that they're really like, it feels to me like there's some kind of point of pride here. Like they're really proud of themselves for holding to something for so long is what I keep on seeing. Oof, exactly what I've been dealing with. Don't bring me your problems. So you don't want my opinion. Sending you support, Haley. You're so welcome. Tired of mediating. And Sunkiss, thank you for the follow. Deeply appreciate that confirmation. You're welcome, Haley. One card for Minnie on the energy on gaining long-term stability. I feel like you're doing that now. I almost see you kind of like um, building into some kind of deeper sense of simplicity, like not having, I keep hearing not having so many obligations is what I keep on seeing. I keep on feeling like it's some kind of work on austerity that you're doing, which is like leaning, like going, like leaning on things in the best way possible is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with Seven of Cups. Don't get mad at yourself for like the, I keep wondering, don't get mad at yourself for like the occasional discretionary pleasure is what I keep on seeing. I keep wondering, you can budget for a discretionary pleasure too. They're almost saying like, have you thought about, I feel like, have you thought about giving yourself like some kind of little like treat fund is what I'm kind of getting. Animal spirit guide, please, for Minnie. Yeah, especially with the salmon. I feel like this is you kind of bringing some kind of new sense of rigor to something that used to be more lackadaisical upon. Hi there. How are you doing today, Raymond? One card on counterpart right now for Oracle. Um, I feel like this is like, I feel like it's kind of a continual work between you and another person um, in building into healthy energetic connection. You know, I almost see, like, I almost see, I always keep on reading this. You and another person have the same tendencies of going inwards. You almost have to set those times of stepping out of your comfort zone, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like there's something I'm identifying here in relationality. Like I keep on seeing if things get like if things slip another person's mind, that's like usually the song of building a unified schedule is what I keep on hearing. Like if someone is forgetful, that's when we build a unified schedule is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like not taking it personally, getting productive upon it. Hi there, Ruby. One card on how close divine counterpart is. Can I get a card in relationality to proximity on that? It feels. I mean, the thing I'm keep and so I know that the temper, like the reason I laughed is because you think that it means it takes time. But what they're actually saying to me is you're in the vibration by which you will find them. Like that's what's nice about that. It doesn't say to me that it requires that sense of having to necessarily change right now. I feel like it's more the space or place of, I keep on hearing like working to maintain the frequency that you're in and just being patient there. Bottom of the deck. Um, yeah, especially with the Nine of Cups in its reversal. Like I keep on seeing, I feel like it's almost giving me the vibration of doing the things that you would do right now were you in partnership is what I keep on seeing. Like this is when I see Temperance card and Nine of Cups, I would say start to follow your bliss, which is stepping out of your comfort zone, doing the things that you feel energetically called to do to allow you to kind of build into making new energetic connections. Animal spirit guide. Um, we've got here the air dragon. So something that we're seeing here right now, which is the amplification or the articulation of being able to, I keep on seeing like being able to like step out of your comfort zone in a certain way is what I keep on seeing. Being able to, I keep on seeing like allowing a little bit of that energetic um like curiosity to fortify or drive you into, I keep on hearing like following your interests right now may lead to new energetic connections. Hold on a moment. Oop, all I saw, Alexandra, I missed the first part of your message. All I saw was have the boundaries I do. Yes, wasn't complaining, was referring to timing and towards movement. Oh, sending you so much support, Phoenix. I kind of why I just want to be on my own, be my own boss. I would be easier if I just had to work life balance naturally. No, yeah, exact. No, I understand. Yes, have boundaries. Yep. It was confirmation the fact that you're doing it like why and you're doing it the right way. You're so welcome, Chrissy. One card on divine counterpart right now for Fig. Um, this is saying to me, I think it's interesting because I feel like it has a lot to do with the space of energy holding you up, like when you're feeling energetically non-supportive, not I keep on hearing not putting you down, bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, I keep on hearing like divine counterparts saying, I'd never do that to you, which is the space by which we navigate or create an energetic inconvenience. I feel like it's giving me it's giving me a little bit of this like energy that was like trying to like when someone does not want to like the space by which another person is negligent of us is often articulated upon the space by which they move away from us when we're not energetically supporting them. But I keep on saying healthy partnership isn't going to rely on you. They're going to effectively want to energetically assist you, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the horse. Like it's saying to me, it's like it's not the observation of someone like moving away from you when things are difficult, but being able to recognize and amplify and articulate upon how strong you are in terms of what it is that you're trying to do effectively. Okay, I see. I'm so strict with myself. Yeah, I see that, Minnie. Treat fund. I love that. One card on counterpart, please, for beep. Um, it's saying to me like not. I feel like not having to over explain yourself in relationality to what your standards are. I keep on hearing healthy energy isn't going to make you have to repeat yourself. I mean, and I feel like, and again, I keep on seeing progress, which is the identification of someone trying to do something better. But I keep on seeing like obtuseness, like there's no obtuseness in partnership, which is someone that when we try to articulate like what's wrong, they're like, I don't understand, or like someone like trying to like articulate that something that we're bringing or asking for doesn't make energetic sense. I keep on hearing someone acting like something we're asking for that's reasonable doesn't make sense is enough of a reason to energetically conclude a partnership. Yeah, Earth Dragon, right? Like I keep on hearing don't don't let someone gaslight you into feeling like a reasonable expectation is absurd is what I keep on hearing. It's hard, it's far it's so hard, I know, and that's what I see even now, like, I keep on hearing, like, you with a telescope, like, finding energy that's in that vibration, if that makes sense, Ruby. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Had the horse yesterday too, that's wild, Fig. I know, I love a dragon too. You're welcome, Beep. Alright, final call for anyone who would like a reading or, who would like a full reading or is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today. I will be back on, if you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. I will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when, if you'd like to, if you head over to our, if you become a subscriber, please head over to our our subscriber-only disco channel, Introduce Yourself to the Collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. A reminder that that class will actually be on Thursday next week instead of Wednesday. We will be studying the star card. I want to thank you guys so much. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, simply head over to my profile, hit the bell there. It'll activate notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. And if you'd like to get on the list to make sure that you're the first to be read for, you can get on today. And you'll also have an additional card in your reading. Anyone who gets on today will always have an additional card in their reading. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.